Hey, what's going on? What's going on? Let's get this started, man. Let's get this. All right, we're gonna get this started. So we gonna cam up, sitting back right now, enjoying this cigar. So tonight we're gonna have a grown folk conversation. All right, what up? What up? Keys in the building, Sage in the building. Appreciate it, my boy AJ in the building. Share it out if you can. Tonight we're gonna have a conversation, but this is gonna be a grown folk conversation. This ain't gonna be no, you know what I'm saying? If you want to come in, you want to hate, you can stay in the comments with that. We're gonna leave you right there. If it's go crazy, and get you about it there. But we're gonna have a pretty much grown folk conversation. You see the title, you see the vibe I'm in. I was already trying to get there, but we're gonna talk about the whole Jay-Z thing, right? I see the Bill Lucius for coming through. We're gonna talk about the whole Jay-Z thing and just pretty much what they're trying to do to the black powerful men that's already, in the industry right now, because we see it. And there's a whole lot of videos being done. What up, BXML? There's a whole lot of videos being done on the internet. The sad part about it, we all content creators. And we know that when you spin a narrative, that sells. The narrative sells, but the truth don't. The lie weighs more heavy on the internet than the truth does. A lot of us don't want to sit back and say, okay, you know what? Let me do some homework. But they don't want to do that. When I mean by homework, I'm not taking you back to high school or to college. A lot of y'all probably never went there. A lot of y'all in this sector, because y'all come from incarceration camps or jail, prison, wherever y'all come from. And that's no knock to y'all, but a lot of people come in here from different areas. They really don't do the research when it comes down to coming up on here, being a content creator. If you want to call yourself a blogger, whatever you want to call yourself, don't nobody really do the homework or sit back and wait for the rest of it to come out. They don't want to do that. Soon as they hear something on P. Diddy, it is what it is. They go ham on it. They don't want to do the homework. They don't want to do the research. They sit up on the internet and watching what is being put on the internet as far as photos, pictures, sounds. People go back, start digging in the records, pulling up different songs, different lyrics. We already know what it is when it comes down to PD and anybody else. But the whole Jay-Z thing. Now, everybody have their own biased opinion on the whole Jay-Z thing. Now, understand that. You have your right to believe what you want to believe. But when you're sitting up on here and calling yourself, hey, Angie, baby, thanks for coming through. When you're sitting up on the internet and you sitting on here trying to use people downfalls as shock value just to try to see if you can get a view, you can get a like, you can get a subscribe. That is crazy, man. That is crazy, because basically what you're doing is you predicting where you want somebody to go. Now, we all may don't like a certain person because of they never gave back to the community. They made it big, they became millionaires and billionaires. So they made it big. They never came back to the area, never came back to the hood. They never came back and gave nothing back to the community. At the end of the day, most of these celebrities that y'all idol, a lot of them never even went to college. A lot of them never even finished high school. A lot of them come from the streets. Hey, Stacey, a lot of them come from the streets. So you can't expect for a man or a female that never really, you know, graduate from either high school or college, never really made it that far in life, or education wise, to come back down to your level and give back to you. It's not going to happen, man. It's not going to happen. A lot of us put these celebrities on a pedestal so high that we forget they normal people, because we so busy pocket watching. We watch what they make, what they spend. The internet show you one thing, but a lot of these people that come from the community we come from, they do give back. But we so busy, we not even trying to look into that part. We looking at because of the music they say, how many girls, how many dudes they running around screwing, how many cars they got, the jewelry, the bracelet, the cars, the houses. They taking lavish trips. They posting everything on the internet. But a lot of that comes with stuff behind the scenes we choose to don't know about. We don't want to know about that. So we do now, because the internet is in everybody's life, that at the end of the day, since the internet is here, and a lot of us really don't work. I work. But a lot of people don't work. So what they do, they come on the internet and they try to find one shock. They don't care if it's a lie to put it out there. Now, we've been seeing what's going on with Jay-Z, right? So even when it came out that this person, the young lady, the young girl at the time was 13, it came out to be that, okay, cool, okay. She came out and said Jay-Z and Puffy raped her. We know what that means. We ain't slow around here, because I can say the other thing, right? So they came out and said she was great. When they came out and said she was great, everybody just jumped off the porch and started making these videos. Everybody went crazy. Everybody wanted the biggest video, the first video. Everybody wanted that. Everybody wanted the first video, right? So they got what they wanted. Everybody jumped off the porch. So I sit back and I watch everything. And I listen to everything. And I say, you know what? Way too more details come out on the story. I didn't jump off the porch. I didn't make a short. I didn't make a upload. I waited because I knew it was more coming out because the story to me didn't sound right. The story to me it sounded right. Alleged victim. First of all, they never even seen her face. They never knew her name, but the lawyer did. The lawyer knew her name. Now the story comes out that I'm gonna play the audio. We're gonna break the audio down. We're gonna definitely get into the audio. We're gonna break the audio down. Because there's a lot of inconsistencies in her story. But what we didn't know, there was a brother by the name of Dennis Byron. He put a video out about a week ago or 2 weeks ago. He was a cameraman at Radio City Music Hall, right? He was a cameraman there. And he took pictures of everything. See, a lot of people didn't know about this because everybody's so quick to put out a video. He took pictures of everything. Everything. He would have known if a little young girl, especially a little white girl, would have came up in there. He took pictures from the back and front. A1 celebrities there. So nobody's saying nothing about it. And that's the crazy part. It seemed like once you get caught up in the ring, don't nobody even want to protect you or say, well, I was there. It wasn't no girl there because everybody was there from the likes of Mike Tyson, Destiny Child, from the likes of a lot of celebrity, big known rappers, musicians, and everybody was there. They seen what was going on. So for this little young girl to come into the building and nobody didn't see it, but everybody jumped off the porch and said, yo, he did it, he did it. JG made a response, he did it. I didn't hear no response. I heard his lawyers make a response. When you got money, you let your lawyers talk for you. That's always been the game plan. Same thing in the street, same thing coming out the hood. If you in the hood hustling hard, you save money for lawyer money. And so if y'all don't know that, y'all still sleeping. When you in the hood running around, you save money for lawyer money. You put money away just for them rainy days when you're going to need a powerful attorney to get your ass back out of jail. And that's just life. So at the same time, you take that same training, that same thought pattern, you take that into the music industry. Like me, I'm a driver. I drive trucks. So I take the street mentality that I learned from the streets in the trucking industry. That's the only way I'm able to move. When I'm on the road and I'm going from Jersey to Washington State, I know how to carry myself. Because, see, I'm still in street mode. But at the same time, I'm in professional mode and I'm thinking. So when I go out of state, I know not to act a fool because I know at the end of the day, I don't want my truck towed. And I got to get a ride back to Jersey. And I'm in Washington State the same way when you out here and you make back then when they was making music. It's the same way. You bring the street mentality wherever you go. Like some people say you could be book smart, but you could be street dumb at the same time. So I'd rather be both. So when I'm on that road, my street mentality stays in me. The same way if you out here at these parties and you running around. So for them to say, okay, cool, you jump off the porch and a young girl come out with a whole allegations. It says alleged allegations. It didn't say he did it. It says allegations, but we so quick to come on the internet just to get a quick payday. Just to get a quick payday, we're going to jump off the porch. Now, I'm going to play the audio, and we're going to break the audio down. For those who didn't hear the audio, we're going to break it down. Come after that, you want to break, we do that. Amen. Thanks. I'm going to go ahead and play the audio. We can break the audio down because it don't make no sense. But a lot of people off the porch, a lot of people off the porch gonna play it. All right. What was that? All right, we gonna play the audio for you. Get this. All right, go right here. Right, hold on, give me 1 second. Go play the audio so y'all can hear. That's okay.
You should always advocate for yourself. And
The one in the
voice
chat,
for
y'all can hear
yourself.
it.
You should never let what somebody else did run your life. A 38-year-old mother from Alabama who has filed a lawsuit accusing Sean Diddy Combs and Jay-Z of raping her when she was 13 years old is speaking out to NBC News for the first time. She asked us not to reveal her identity. What made you want to come forward and talk today? Because I
1 second.
think
Quick look. The eyeballs. I'm gonna do cigarette eye. Can you hear me? Keep the chat going. Oh, we good. We good now. Hey, yo, make sure y'all fucking hit the like button for my boy Quill, man.
be a voice for yourself. You should never let what somebody else did ruin or run your life.
So yeah, can you hear me?
A 38-year-old mother from Alabama.
Put a one in the chat if you can hear me. All right, here we go. We're gonna play the audio now. So we're gonna go through this together, all right?
You should always advocate for yourself and be a voice for yourself. You should never let what somebody else did ruin or run your life. A 38-year-old mother from Alabama who has filed a lawsuit accusing Sean Diddy Combs and Jay-Z of raping her when she was 13 years old is speaking out to NBC News for the first time. She asked us not to reveal her identity. What made you want to come forward and talk today? Because I think that I've been quiet long enough about what I've been through, and it's been hard enough to be quiet. But it's a chapter of my life that I'd like to close. An NBC News review of her account.
Now you heard what she said, right? Now it's a chapter in her life she would like to close. At 38 years old. But what I'm saying is this, right? Now the guy named Dennis Byron came out with a video a week ago. Now this is my opinion, right? It's my opinion. Once her lawyers heard the video that he was the cameraman at the event, they had to play cleanup. That's my opinion. Y'all can have your own biased opinion. But once he came out with the video, and I'm gonna play his audio also. Once he came out, what up, Rose Gold? Once he came out, they had to hurry up and clean and put the video out there. But this is gonna get crazier than this, right? So
Found inconsistencies with her allegations. She says that she went to the MTV Video Music Awards in 2000 to catch a glimpse of her favorite celebrities. You weren't scared to be all alone? No, with having autism is
now you see right there, right? Now the lady asked her, "Was you afraid being alone?" She said having autism, right? Autism, right? Now, my thing is this. The girl that brought her down from Rochester knew that she had autism when she brought her down. Why would you bring a young girl down from 5-hour ride from Rochester, New York in September? You listen, right? Why would you bring a girl down from Rochester, New York in September? The wars was on September 7th, 2000. Around that time, at 14 years old, she should have been in school. She should have been in school at 14 years old because when I went back and did my homework and did my research, I don't know what school she was going to in Rochester, New York, but in Rochester, I think this school started back around. I know it started in August, around August 28th or August 17th or 28th. So she should have been in school at that time. Why would she be in a car at the age of 13, 14, coming down from Rochester, right? Now, when you come down from Rochester, that's a 5-hour, 15-minute drive. You jumping on 390 to 81 to 380 to 80 to 95 over the George Washington Bridge. You got to make this make sense, man. So why would a young girl who's not even a celebrity, a star, an actress, be going to the music award just to see her favorite artist at that age? Now, at the same time, as me, I'm a father of 3 daughters. There's no way in hell, especially if I had an autistic child with autism, take a 5.5-hour drive from Rochester, New York, with some young lady that the family, I don't even know if they knew or not. I don't even know if the mother knew she was going down to Rochester from New York City. I don't even know if the father knew, but you're going to hear, I'm going to read what the father said. And she's going to say what the father said also. There's no way in hell I'm going to allow my 13, 14-year-old daughter to take a 5.5-hour ride on a school day. Listen, on a school day to go to the music awards What father, what parent in their right mind is gonna let this go down? What parent is letting this go down? You gonna allow your child to drive 5.5 hours with somebody in a car just to get down to the city from Rochester? Now she lives in Alabama, 38 years old. You go back, you do the time, 24 years ago, 38 years old, 38 years old. Now you want to tell a story. So I'm gonna say what I'm saying at the end, but I ain't gonna say it down. I want y'all to hear it. Because we're gonna break this down, man, because this don't make no sense. Because ain't no way in hell, and I know Rose Gold, and I know all the fathers in the building is not allowing their child, especially a mother, is not gonna allow their child to take a 5-hour ride at 13 years old, plus with autism. You ain't letting it happen, man. It ain't gonna happen.
It's like feeling like you live your life in a shatterproof juggle
Run it
ball.
back.
And hard enough to be quiet, but it's a chapter of my life that I'd like to close. An NBC News review of her account found inconsistencies with her allegations. She says that she went to the MTV Video Music Awards in 2000 to catch a glimpse of her favorite celebrities. You weren't scared to be all alone? No, with having autism is like feeling like you live your life in a shatterproof juggle ball. The world's on fire. The fire is inside the ball with you, but there's no way for you to get out. In addition,
Come on. You heard this, right? She said, the lady asked her, was you afraid? She said it's like living in a shatterproof durable ball with fire in it. You see what I'm saying, right? If you have autism, right? And she said, living in this shatterproof ball, like a durable ball, right? Living in it with fire, it's shatterproof. So that tells you right there, can't nobody touch you because you got this thing around you that can't nobody get in. So how was you ever to break that? How was they ever to break that? At the same time, she not talking about the young lady who was with her. She forgot all about the girl that brung her down there. Because from this story on out, she never once gonna talk about the girl that brung her down there. No, this girl is out the question right here. This girl is out the question. That's the crazy part about this whole story. This is why when people jump out the window, they don't do their homework, they don't do their research, but they call themselves journalism. I ain't no journalist. I'm gonna tell you right now. I am not a damn journalist. I'm not that.
into having autism, the woman says she suffered a head injury. The night of the 2000s VMAs, she says a friend drove her from Rochester, New York to Manhattan, a more than 5-hour drive. Her attorney provided NBC News with the name of the friend who has since died. The woman says she spoke to Combs's limo driver who offered her a ride to an after party. I stumbled upon Diddy.
Right there alone, right? Now, we gonna stop it there. The girl that she was with died, right? The girl that she was with passed away. So this is my question to that. Is she telling a dead girl story? Whose story is she telling? Whose story is she telling? Is she telling a dead girl story? Or is she a runaway? I want y'all to put that in your head, right? I want y'all to think about what I'm saying, right? Think about it. Is she telling a dead girl story? Or is she a runaway? Because there's no way in hell that a female would bring her. There's no way in hell that you would drive. There's no way that you would drive 13 hours. There's no way, no. There's no way you would drive 5 hours, 5.5 hours. No way that you would drive 5.5 hours with an artistic.
You should always add.
With an artistic young lady in your car at the age of 13, 14 years old. There's no way. Exactly. She was drugged. How she remember that clearly, right? Oh, we're gonna keep on, man. This is just it get crazier than this. What you get what I'm saying, BX Mel. There's no way that a young girl, whoever the girl was, she could have been a lady, she could have been 20, 30 years old. There's no way she would drive 5.5 hours from Rochester, New York, with an autistic young lady in her car without letting her parents know where the hell she at or where she going. There's no way I'm gonna let my child that's autistic leave out this house right now to go to a party at 13 years old.
What I've been through, and
Hey,
it's
how you doing, Miss Playful?
been hard enough to be quiet, but it's a chapter of my life that I'd like to close. An NBC News review of her account found inconsistencies with her allegations. She says that she went to the MTV Video Music
Oh, we
Awards
gonna
in
get to that.
2000 to catch a glimpse of her favorite celebrities. You weren't scared?
Oh, we playing the audio and breaking the audio down of the young lady that said that she was great by Jay-Z and P. Diddy. We breaking it down because there's a lot of inconsistencies over here, Miss Playful. Thanks for coming through. And I'm gonna drop the link. Anybody want to come up, could come up. And we can talk about this like grown folks. You know, we ain't gonna kick nobody, I ain't kicking nobody off the panel. Whatever y'all talk about, we're gonna talk about it. All right, we're gonna talk about it. Yes, we're gonna talk about it.
Y'all alone?
Now, I'm gonna play it back from the beginning so you can hear it. You should always advocate for yourself and be a voice for yourself. You should never let what somebody else did ruin or run your life. A 38-year-old mother from Alabama who has filed a lawsuit accusing Sean Diddy Combs and Jay-Z of raping her when she was 13 years old is speaking out to NBC News for the first time. She asked us not to reveal her identity. What made you want to come forward and talk today? Because I think that I've been quiet long enough about what I've been through, and it's been hard enough to be quiet, but it's a chapter of my life that I'd like to close. An NBC News review of her account found inconsistencies with her allegations. She says that she went to the MTV Video Music Awards in 2000 to catch a glimpse of her favorite celebrities. You weren't scared to be all alone? Listen clear.
No, with having autism is like feeling like you live your life in a shatterproof gerbil ball. The world's on fire.
The world's on fire.
The fire is in
the ball.
Is inside the ball with you, but there's no way for you to get out. In addition to having autism, the woman says she suffered a head injury. The night of the 2000s VMAs, she says a friend drove her from Rochester, New York to Manhattan, a more than 5-hour drive. Her attorney provided NBC News with the name of the friend who has since died. The woman says she spoke to Combs's limo driver who offered her a ride to an after party. I stumbled upon Diddy.
And see, that's where I stops it right there. That's why I stops it right there because she says she spoke to Combs Diddy driver. Now, 20 years ago, we all know limo drivers. If you pull up at the airport, they got a sign in the window telling you, this is your car, this is your service. 20 years ago. We all know how it went down. If you ever took a limo from Penn Station, you ever took a limo from downtown Manhattan, you ever took a limo from, if a limo service ever came and picked you up, your name was in the window. My thing is how she knew that was his limo driver. And another thing is how she knew that was the right person she was supposed to meet anyway. Because see, my thing is this. I'm going to still stick to this. Where is the girlfriend at this time? Because why did he choose her and he didn't choose the girlfriend? And the girlfriend brought her down. Now, y'all know like I know, you females though, I had to talk earlier. Y'all know like how I know female, how that works like this. If a female running with a group of females, right? And one of the females is the driver. She the driver. Now there's 2 or 3 girls, and y'all go to an event, and it's a bunch of brothers there, a bunch of wolves there, whatever y'all want to call it. The female driver goes to the building, y'all all together. The first thing she gonna say is, Girl, I'm about to go get in. You coming with me? Even if you never did that before, sometimes peer pressure is a mother. Peer pressure is hard sometimes on women. So if you walk into a building with a bunch of dudes and you with the driver, two things gonna go. You either gonna roll with it or you're gonna sit your ass outside. You're gonna sit outside. You're not gonna even go in there. You're either gonna go in or you're gonna sit your ass outside. Cause most of the time, the female, whoever the driver is, and the girls you rolling with, they gonna tell you, girl, stop being scared. Come on, we going in, we gonna have a good time, we gonna have a drink, we gonna do what we gonna do. You see what I'm saying? Now, you have two options to say, you know what? I'm gonna sit outside and wait this out because I'm too young. I'm not going, I'm not drinking, whatever. You is not going to go in, right? But my thing still is, where is this female that drove her there? Why didn't she get in the limo with her? You was an artistic girl. You by yourself. Like you said, the world is like a gerbil ball, a shadowproof ball. And inside that ball, the world is on fire. It's inside the ball. Once that ball cracked, everybody around you is on fire. I'm not making fun. I'm only being real about this shit. Once that shatterproof ball breaks and that fire come out, I guess figure being artistic, you're gonna lose your mind. I don't know if you're gonna settle down and get and embrace yourself as a shield so nobody can't touch you, or that fire gonna come out and you gonna spaz on everybody in there. You yelling for the police, you yelling for your mother, you yelling for your father, you screaming at everybody. Get me out of here, get me out of here. None of that was done. Now I'm not saying that it wasn't done with Jay-Z and Puffy, but what I'm saying is this story, it just don't add up to me. It don't sound right to me. We gonna keep going through it. It don't sound right.
Driver who told me that I was exactly what Diddy was looking for. What did you think when he said that to you? I thought it meant that I was just pretty. She went
Now you heard it, right? Let me play that back real
to a
quick.
White House who has since died. The woman says she spoke to Combs's limo driver who offered her a ride to an after party. I stumbled upon Diddy's driver who told me that I was exactly what Diddy was looking for. What did you think when he said that to you? I thought it meant that I was just pretty.
Now you heard what she said, right? She said, the driver said, you're exactly what Diddy is looking for. Where's the girlfriend? So why did he choose the girlfriend that drove her down there? Where is this dead girl at? This is my thing. Where's the girl at that passed away? That's what I'm looking for. Where is the female at? Because the female is no longer in the picture. As a parent, I'm not sending my artistic kids. They're not leaving out that door, especially on a school day. Schools in Rochester, New York starts in August, right? This is in September. Why wasn't this young lady in school, man? And why was there another female that drove from Rochester, New York, all the way down to Manhattan, 5.5 hours? What was they talking about? What was they doing? Was they celebrating? Did they have a memo to meet Diddy driver? Did they have a memo to meet up with Diddy? What was on the what was on the menu when they was coming down? What was talked about? Did she let her father know? Because you can hear in the story, the father gonna say he don't know shit about it. But she never told her mother. Now I understand that when people, men and women, is being violated, it's hard to talk to somebody and tell somebody about your stories. It's very hard. Already, I understand that, right? But there's no way in hell. Let me play it, man.
Went to a White House, she says, where she spoke to musicians Benji Madden and his brother. I'm talking to
Anybody from Manhattan? There's a White House in Manhattan? Because I thought she was at Radio City Music Hall. I thought she was at Radio City Music Hall. Where's this? There's a White House in Manhattan? There's a White House in Manhattan? We're going to get there. We're going to definitely get there.
Benji Madden about his tattoo because, I have a really is about his tattoo. She went to a White House, she says, where she spoke to musicians Benji Madden and his brother. I'm talking to Benji Madden about his tattoo because, I have a really is about his tattoo. That's the Last Supper because I have a religious background. So it was just something to talk about. In a statement to NBC.
Now you heard what she said, right? She ran into Benji Madden and his brother, right? And she said that he had a tattoo that was here on the arm, right? The tattoo was here. And because she has a religious background, she likes this tattoo, right? If she had a religious background, there's no way in hell she should have left her house. There's no way that a young lady would drive a 13-year-old girl with autism all the way down without no parent supervision. Like, who gave this young lady the right to bring her down 5.5 hours? And in September, coming out of Rochester, if anybody know about Rochester, September is cold. It is cold in Rochester. It is cold. Rochester is near. I was in Rochester last week. Rochester is near Buffalo, Niagara Falls, Canada. They get that lake effect up there. And when they get that lake effect up there, it is cold. It's cold up there. We're going to keep going.
News, a representative of the Maddens confirmed that they did not attend the 2000 VMAs and that they were on tour in the Midwest at the time. At the after party, she said.
Now, you see what she said, right? I'm running back. She said she ran into Benji Madden and his brother. People reached out and said they weren't even there. So who was she talking to? You get what I'm saying, right? She said she ran to Benji Madden and his brothers. They said it was in the Midwest on tour. You know what the Midwest is? Chicago, Wyoming, Montana, Colorado, Nebraska, Illinois. That's the Midwest. That's the Midwest out there. Utah. That's the Midwest. I know, I'm a truck driver. That's the Midwest. They was in the Midwest on tour. They said, because you know what it is too. Hey, I'm going to say it if y'all don't want to say it. White folks don't want to be involved in this bullshit. I'm telling you right now, man. Y'all got to understand this. White folks do not want to be involved in this shit. They don't want to be involved in it. They never did. Nobody talking about what these rock stars are doing. Hey, let's keep it 100. Rock stars say they like it. They like their money fast. They girls young. They like their cars fast, money fast, and they girls young. Nobody talking about these rock stars. Nobody. Come on. If we gonna talk about it, we gonna talk about it, man. White folks don't want to have nothing to do with this. Don't have nothing to do with this. They don't want to be tied to Diddy. They don't want to be tied to Jay-Z. They don't want to be tied to none of these rappers. But they could come out. Nickelback made a song called I Want to Be a Rock Star. And have all of these black rappers in the videos. But when they start going through what they're going through, going downhill, though none of these white stars, these white rappers, rock stars, musicians, soft rock, country, they don't want to have nothing to do with this shit. They're not even backing these brothers. They want to have nothing to do with this. Think about what I'm saying. Get that in your head, man. Nobody talking about these white folks that hang around the likes of Diddy, that hangs around Jay-Z and anybody else, but don't nobody want to talk about it. It have not came out yet that anybody from the industry that was white supported what's going on with it right now. They don't even want to touch this shit. They don't even want to touch it.
says she had a drink that made her feel woozy. Then she says Combs and Carter took turns raping her while a female celebrity watched. Background.
Gotta back that up a little
It
bit.
was just something to talk about. In a statement to NBC News, a representative of the Maddens confirmed that they did not attend the 2000 VMAs and that they were on tour in the Midwest at the time. At the after party, she says she had a drink that made her feel woozy. Then she says Combs and Carter took turns raping her while a female celebrity watched. JC comes in and rapes me. He at that point I was fighting, trying to get away from him, and he put his hand over my mouth and told me to stop it, cut the. After the alleged rape,
Let's go back. Let's go back.
Watched. JC
Let's go back.
Because I have a religious background, so it was just something to talk about.
Go back to
in a statement to NBC News, a representative of the Maddens confirmed that they did not attend the 2000 VMAs and that they were on tour in the Midwest at the time. At the after party, she says she had a drink that made her feel woozy. Then she says Combs and Carter took turns raping her while a female celebrity watched.
Now, heard what she said, right? She had a drink first. She had a drink that made her feel woozy. You listening, right? She had a drink that made her feel woozy. But she can remember everything else after that. But what we saying is, though, where's the girlfriend? The girlfriend's still not here. The girlfriend didn't pass away that night. The girlfriend did not pass away that night. Where's the girlfriend at? And why is the girlfriend not there helping her? And for everybody saying that, oh, there was B, there was CB, that means it was Cardi Beyonce, man, cut it out, man. Y'all need to stop saying that goofy shit.
JC comes in and rapes me. He at that point I was fighting, trying to get away from him, and he put his hand over my mouth and told me to stop it, cut the. After the alleged rape.
See, this is my thing right here. Yeah, underage white girl. See, this is my thing right here, right? Now I'm just throwing it out there. The limousine driver. Was the car white? What color was the limousine? Because how do we know? How do we don't know? I'm just saying. How do we don't know this shit ain't happening in that limousine? How do we don't know that? Because he said, this is what Sean Puffy liked, Combs liked. How do we know this shit here didn't happen in limousine? Because you're going to hear from the guy, the cameraman said they would have known if this little girl came in this party. They would have known that. How do we know this did not happen in the limo? Because the girl that was with her, she's still not in the picture no more. She's not in the picture no more. You gotta really pay close attention to what she's saying.
She says she ran to a gas station where she called her father, who picked her up and drove her home. We rode home in silence. He didn't ask me what happened. He didn't ask me.
Stop it right there. Come on, man. Is y'all listening? She went to the gas. She went to the gas station. She didn't say I ran there. I was scared out of my life. She never said how she got out the building. But she forgot that though. She never said that she ran through all of these stars, ran out the front door where security was at, ran past security, and went to a gas station in Manhattan, and she went to a payphone. A payphone. Payphone take change, baby. Take change. Call your father. Where was her father? In Jersey? Or was her father in the 5 Barrels in New York? Or was the father in Yonkers? Where was the father? Where was the father? Yeah, you're right. She could have ran to security and have security call. But she ran to a gas station in Manhattan, got on a payphone where you got to dial. See, a lot of y'all young people, y'all don't know about payphones. A lot of you young guys, y'all young people right now that's running around here making these videos, y'all don't know nothing about a payphone. Well, you got to pick up a payphone. On this end, it's got dirty ears on it, and on this end, it got a nasty, stinking breath on this end. Got somebody spitting, talking, breathing, drugs. You don't know what they've been doing before they get that phone. A lot of us know we be on the phone like this. Hey, what's going on? What you knowing? Hey, yo, holla at me, yo. Because you don't put the phone here. You put the phone here. You see what I'm saying? When you grab the pay phone, you like this. A lot of y'all don't know about a payphone. Oh, yeah, hey, y'all bought up in 2000, cell phones. I grew up on a payphone. A nasty phone where you had to pick the phone up and like, yo, what's good with you? Because you see, this piece is here. You ain't on this because it's here. Because this piece is nasty. You talk about germs. You talking about gingivitis, dirty teeth. You talking about herpes. You talking about all types of diseases and germs on his phone. And then if you had a piece of toilet paper, a napkin, you wrapped it around the top and you was up here with it because you never did this. You called your father. You called your father and y'all didn't even have a conversation going back 5 hours to Rochester. Man, I probably would have popped my daughter in the head. What you doing? How you get down here? Where the elf is that little girl that brought you down here? Where's she at? I would have spazzed on my daughter. I would have spazzed on her. Ain't no way in hell you getting in the car with me and you ain't talking. Now I understand that when a woman get victimized, I don't know what in their mind they go through because I'm not a female, so I'm not saying that it didn't happen to her. What I'm saying is I've never been through nothing like that. And I know it's probably hard for people to talk about it. But as a father, you still got to wonder how the hell you get from Rochester at 13 years old on a school weekend. A school week. On a school week, you get from Rochester all the way down here. You're supposed to be in school and you have autism. Come on, make this shit make sense, man. Make it make sense. Make it make sense right now. Make it make sense. As a father, you in your car and you looking at your child like, what the fuck? Like, why she ain't saying nothing? You looking at her like, hey, you ain't gonna talk? Let me pull this shit over. Let me pull this over right now. So you better say something to me right now. You better say something right now. You better say something right now. Yeah, the energy would have been way off. I would have, I'm gonna tell you something. I wouldn't even move the car. She would have got a low ass in that car and popped the brakes. Or we'd have had a discussion. Now, I need you to take me back to this damn party. Even if you don't want to tell me what happened to you, I need you to take me back to the party. We going back. Because now I need to know what the elf done happened here. We going back to the party. We going back to the limo driver. I need to know because I just drove 5 hours, or I could have been in the city somewhere. I could have been in Jersey somewhere, and I still got to drive you 5 hours back because she never said where the other girl was at. Where's the girl that brung her? Where's the shit at? Where's the girl that brung her down here, man? Where's the girl? If this is what we doing now, if this is what we doing, we gonna sit up here and say Jay-Z is guilty for some alleged story, or we not going to dig into the story. And that's what we do. Y'all call yourself journalism. Y'all say y'all journalists on the internet. This ain't what we gonna do. We're not going to sit here and dig into a story, or we're going to sit here and say, guilty, 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 Jay-Z out of here. For what? Ain't this what we do? Y'all claim y'all some journalists. You got to do the homework. You got to do your homework before you jump your ass out the window. That's all I'm saying, man. Let's play the audio. You gotta do your homework, man. There's no way in hell y'all ain't doing this. You got to do your homework, man. Got to do your homework. Do your research.
What I did or where I was. In an interview with NBC News, her father said he could not.
You got to play it back.
At that point, I was. And that they were on tour in the Midwest at the time. At the after party, she says she had a drink that made her feel woozy. Then she says Combs and Carter took turns raping her while a female celebrity watched. JC comes in and rapes me. He at that point I was fighting, trying to get away from him, and he put his hand over my mouth and told me to stop it, cut the. After the alleged rape, she says she ran to a gas station where she called her father, who picked her up and drove her home. We rode home in silence. He didn't ask me what happened. He didn't ask me what I did or where I was. In an interview with NBC News, her father said he could not verify the claims. Quote, I felt like I would remember that, and I don't. I have a lot going on, but I mean, that's something that would definitely stick in my mind, he said. When we asked the woman we rode home in silence. He didn't ask me what happened. He didn't ask me what I did or where I was. In an interview with NBC News, her father said he could not verify the claims. Quote, I felt like I would remember that, and I don't. I have a lot going on, but I mean, that's something that would definitely stick in my mind, he said. When we asked the woman about the contradictions in a phone interview on Friday, we rode home in silence. He didn't ask me what happened. He didn't ask me what I did or where I was. In an interview with NBC News, her father said he could not verify the claims. Quote, I felt like I would remember that, and I don't. I have a lot going on, but I mean, that's something that would definitely stick in my mind, he said. When we asked the woman.
The father said he had a lot going on. Was the father on drugs? Was the father on drugs? He could have just said he was a crack. He just could have said allegedly he was on drugs. The father could have said, allegedly, I was on drugs. I was high. Allegedly, I was drunk. Allegedly, I was zooted out of my mind. I was zooted out of my mind. The father said he don't have no recollection of nothing. Nothing, man. So you're going to tell me you sit around your family all this time? All this damn time, man. Yeah, you're right. You're right. The father never picked her up. You're right. You're right. That's why they never had a conversation. Yeah, exactly, right? Alleged crackhead, alleged junkie. You're right, Hammer Time Funk. The father never picked her up. You're right. You're right. Because, come on, you driving home with a ghost. So you get in the car with your father, he ghosts you. He not asking you nothing. Let me tell you something, right? When you're raising daughters, right? They running around the house. Right? What you say? Go sit your little ass down. That's all the father got to say. Hey, go sit your little ass down. Sit down somewhere, man. You're doing too much. That's a father, man. Now, our sons, we grab them up. Come here, let me talk. Let me holler for a minute. What's wrong with you, boy? But the daughter, go sit your little ass down. But dad, I'm going to talk to you in a minute. Go sit your little ass down. I'm going to talk to you. I'm going to holler at you. You know, what you better go do is talk to your mother first, because if I say one word, you're going to be a punishment. I'm putting you up. You're going to stay in that room. I'm taking phones. I'm taking makeup boxes. I'm taking Barbie dolls. I'm taking everything you play with. So you better go sit your little ass down. Stop playing with me. Go sit down somewhere. So you getting in that car, and the father looking at you. He not smelling, because you getting in my car. I'm sniffing. Because I need to know if you was smoking cigarettes or weed. I need to know if you was drinking. So I'm sniffing when you get in my car. I'm gonna make sure I'm sniffing, I'm smelling everything. Everything. I'm pulling your jacket. Girl, what you been doing? I'm smelling, I'm sniffing in the car. I'm smelling weed, cigarettes, cigar smell. If you got it on you, I'm smelling it. You feel me? If you got it on you, I'm smelling it. You get up in my car in September with the heat on or with the AC on. You come out of New York in September. New York is warm. It's still hot. So you come out, you come late night, you getting in my car. Before I ask you anything, I'm sniffing. I'm looking at you crazy. That's what a father do. That's what a father does. I'm going to look at you crazy. I'm all over it right now as a father. And then at the same time, I'm on the phone with your mother. Now, you know where the hell this little girl at? You know where the hell she at? She's in, I drove 5 hours, or I was in the area. I got to drop a little ass 5 hours back. And you ain't even called me to tell me she was here? What the hell is wrong with you, man? You know what? If they ain't together, I'm gonna see you in court. Nah, I'm seeing you in court. Because there's no way in hell my daughter here. And if we marry and we living together, I see your ass when I get home. Because there ain't no way in hell I'm driving 5 hours to get her and 5.5 hours to get her, 5.5 hours back. Because it's going to take me 7 hours to get back because I'm going to be so busy breaking you down in the car, telling you for straight up, like, yo, this shit is wrong, man. We gonna be talking. My head gonna be spinning. I gotta, you know why? Because it's gonna take 7 hours. Because I gotta keep pulling over to keep me from having a headache for worrying about what the hell happened to you as a dad. I'll be pulling over fast. I'll be pulling over. It gonna take 9 hours to get home by the time I pull this car over. There's no way. Plus, I gotta get gas. I had to come down here and go back. That's, let me tell you something. That's there in the 11-hour drive, right? I could have drove my ass down to South Carolina and back, coming to get you. I could have drove to South Carolina and back. And you in my car, you ain't saying shit.
About the contradictions in a phone interview on Friday, she said that she stands by her statements. I have made some mistakes, she said. Honestly, what is the clearest is what happened to me. The inconsistencies in her account of an incident alleged to have happened 24 years ago does not necessarily mean the allegations are false. The accuser's attorney, Tony Busby, said, because we have interrogated her intensely, she has even agreed to submit to a polygraph. This has been extremely distressing for her, to the point she has experienced seizures and had to seek medical treatment due to the stress. In a statement to NBC News, Sean Carter said, this incident didn't happen, and yet...
Hold up. Let's take that back a little bit.
When we asked the woman about the contradictions in a phone interview on Friday, she said that she stands by her statements. I have made some mistakes, she said. Honestly, what is the clearest is what happened to me. The inconsistencies in her account of an incident alleged to have happened 24 years ago does not necessarily mean the allegations are false. The accuser's attorney, Tony Busby, said, because we have interrogated her intensely, she has even agreed to submit to a polygraph.
Now, y'all know polygraph don't really do nothing in the court. Y'all know that, man. I guess he trying to make it seem like Tony trying to make it seem like, what she going through right now, she's telling the truth. This shit don't really make no sense, man. Don't really make no sense.
This has been extremely distressing for her, to the point she has experienced seizures and had to seek medical treatment due to the stress.
But a child with autism, right? Some childs, my niece had autism. The doctor said she was going to live to be 12. She lived to be 22, 21. She had seizures, headaches. She couldn't really walk, So at the end of the day, For me, as a father and as an uncle, to see my niece like that, I know what it was, man. I know what it is for a child to not grow up normal like every other girl, trying to be like every other girl, run around, play house, enjoy life, being with young teenage, going through her teenage adolescence, going through everything in life she had to do. Trying to be like that, but she could never be like that. She couldn't never fit in. So she had family that was there. So at the end of the day, not making fun of this girl because as an uncle, I went through it. I seen my niece go through it. So at the end of the day, for a father not to question his daughter, because she been had, like I said, I don't know about all, but children with autism, sometimes they go through seizures. They go through this. They go through it. You just have to be there. My niece had to take pills, a lot of pills, man, a lot of pills. So I know. So for her to go through what she went through, and a family member or a mother, somebody, not to get this story out earlier. Now, like I said, for women to be violated, a woman being violated in that type of way, sometimes it's hard to talk to anybody about it. But from that moment that it happened to her, she didn't have to talk to the father. The father should have been talking to her. The father should have, when he got her from that gas station, as soon as she opened her mouth, or as soon as she didn't open her mouth, the father would not, I wouldn't have, me personally, I would never move, I would have never moved that car. She would have had to take me the F back where she came from. She would have to take me back there. Because I wouldn't have moved until she told me where she was at. I wouldn't have never moved that car. I would have never moved that car. She would have had to tell me. Because I'd have went back. I would have went back. And I would have been stomping, kicking, punching. I'd be in jail right now, man. If that was my 13-year-old daughter, I'd be in jail right now. Me, I would have underlined somebody. I would have hurt somebody. I would have ran down on the limousine driver, and I would have cheated. And he would have took me back up in there. And that's a fact. There's no way in hell I would have let my child, we go 5 hours back up and don't nobody say nothing. I don't know what part of the story half of these people is getting, but this shit just, nah, man, this is crazy, man. This is crazy, man. This is crazy. I'm not saying that he did it or didn't do it, but what I'm trying to say is that at the end of the day, this shit don't make no sense, man. It don't add up.
In a statement to NBC News, Sean Carter said this incident didn't happen, and yet he filed it in court and doubled down in the press. True justice is coming. We fight from victory, not for victory. Is any part of you scared coming out against such powerful people?
Yeah, I'm scared of what could happen, but I'm more afraid of letting it eat me alive from the inside out than I am of, being chastised by their fans.
All right, Chloe Malas joining us now live. Chloe, we just heard a very strongly worded statement from Jay-Z. What else are you hearing from him and his team? Yes, so his attorney said that they're going to ask the court to, quote, dismiss this frivolous case. And also moments ago, we heard from Diddy's legal team, and I want to read you some of what they said. They said, quote, this is the beginning of the end of this shameful money grab. And remember, he remains behind bars at Brooklyn's Metropolitan Detention Center, and his criminal trial begins in May. All right. Very thorough reporting there. Chloe, thank you so much for that.
Thanks for watching. Stay updated about.
You see what I'm saying, right? That's the crazy part about it all. At the end of the day, there's no way, man. There's no way. There's no way that you could sit there and said you have autism and your life is like being in a gerbil ball with the world being on fire inside of it. When that shatterproof ball breaks, she should have been going ape shit bananas up in there. She should have lost her mind, but she didn't do that. You left out a lot of details. See, my thing is this. Was she a runaway? These are my opinions. There's nobody else. I'm not reading this from the chat. Nobody on my phone texted me. My thing is this. Was she a runaway? Or is she telling a dead girl story? That's my thing. Because through this whole story I just heard, she left out the girlfriend. Or was it a girlfriend? Or was it a girlfriend? She left her out of the whole story. Or was it a girlfriend? Or was it the limo driver? And was told to say that he was with Diddy. Or like Angie Baby said, what if his Diddy people put her down to set this man up? There's a lot of questions that need to be asked, but this story here don't sound right. Now I'm gonna play y'all something else, right? And this comes from. See, I did a little, me and my people. We did some background on this, and this the guy Dennis Byron. There you go, right here. We're gonna play his video, what he did.
All right, let's try this out. Let's see. Let's go to the.
All right, we're gonna show a little bit of it.
Oh man. Okay. Yes, we got a troop upgrade.
Yeah, see who that? Nick Cannon, Destiny Child. This is the party here. This is the party right here. The cameraman took this. You see Nick Cannon? They had A1 celebrities at this party.
Microphone check 1 2. Put a 1 in the chat, ladies and gentlemen. Put a 1 in the chat.
Speed it up so you gotta play the music.
Been busy.
There you go.
Been busy.
Go find his channel.
Okay.
Subscribe to his channel.
Okay. Listen up. Listen up. Let me say something.
Y'all hear it?
I watch a lot of people do videos and talk about the lawsuit involving Diddy and Jay-Z. And the particular lawsuit that I'm talking about is the one that Tony Busby filed. I read the complaint. I looked at what was alleged in the complaint. And I can tell you they're going to have major problems with that lawsuit. Something that you guys don't know. When I say you guys, the law firm. I don't know all the content creators that had talked about that particular lawsuit, but what I can tell you, I read the lawsuit. I know they're gonna have a problem because in this particular lawsuit, there were incident that this alleged 13-year-old claimed to have occurred. Well, the first thing, and this is very important, I attended the MTV Awards in September of 2000. Myself and another high-profile celebrity photographer. So we both attended the party. Actually, it was about five of us that attended the award. I think 5 or 6 that attended the award show and the party. It was never a party at a house. There was never a party at the house. So that's going to be a problem. And as I went through my pictures this evening, I can tell you who was at the party. I don't know if this law firm did they research, but I think JC has a good case to Avenatti, this guy. When I say Avenatti, Michael Avenatti, who was the attorney who's now doing federal time for extorting a corporation, amongst other things. Okay, hold on a second. I didn't even put this on Twitter. I just did this. I'm probably gonna go in membership mode to show some receipts. But this is very important. I want to say this. And anyone who attended the party can tell you that this is a fact. There was never a waiver to sign to get in the party. You had to be ID'd to get in the party. There was never a waiver to sign to get in the party. So when that was alleged in the report, in the lawsuit, it wasn't true. And in that particular lawsuit, this alleged Jane Doe said she signed a waiver, but didn't get a copy. Well, in 2000, they weren't making anyone sign waivers.
Facts.
This didn't happen until later on when you had to sign a waiver and get to certain parties. So that never happened.
Facts.
NDA, it never happened. No one was signing NDAs in 2000.
Mm-hmm.
And here's the backstory. This is the backstory. And I have the slides. In 1999, I was the photographer hired to shoot the prototype for the Rockaway clothing line. You guys can Google, do your research. It was the Comet Group, was the licensing company that Jay-Z hired to design the clothing line for Rockaway. And this is before Damon and Liberty Mutual customized my car insurance. So I saved hundreds. But the money I saved, I had to get a wax figure myself. Rachel took over. So the timeline is not adding up. And I can tell you who was at the party. Lenny Kravitz was at the party.
Lenny Kravitz.
Little Kim was at the party.
Little Kim.
J-Lo was at the party.
J-Lo.
D'Angelo was at the party.
D'Angelo.
Jack Black was at the party.
Jack Black. The white guy for Tropical Thunder.
So, think about this. And I don't know how many you've seen the lawsuit. You got J-Lo at the party. You got Lil Kim at the party. You got different people at the party. What's this? This claim there was a 13-year-old at the party didn't happen. I was taking pictures. Johnny Nunez was taking pictures.
Mm-hmm. Y'all know who Johnny Nunez is.
Frank Marciata was taking pictures. So this is interesting that an entire all-star party occurred and someone said it was at a house. It wasn't at a house.
Facts.
It wasn't at a house. It was right in Manhattan. And you guys got to know, I in my thumbnail, I want you guys to look at that thumbnail. I took that picture. Benjamin Brofman, an attorney, was at the party. Marion Winans was at the party.
Whew.
Jackie Rowe, who represented Mike Tyson, was at the party. There were a lot of people at the party.
You see what I'm talking about, right? You had powerful attorneys at the party. And nobody's seen this little white girl. Nobody's seen it. I'm gonna drop the link if anybody want to come up. You see what I'm saying? This is what I'm talking about, man. All right, let's drop the link. See if anybody will come up. Shoo. Yeah, we can talk about it. If not, I'm gonna cut the live. But that's what I'm saying, man. Before we start getting up here claiming we bunch of journalisms and all that, you gotta do your research, man. You gotta do your homework. We gotta do your homework, man. They could be guilty on one end, but they ain't guilty on this one. They could be guilty on everything else. Everything else that's going on with the whole Diddy shit. Now, I'm not up here backing Diddy on nothing. But if it don't sound right, man. Shit don't sound right. It doesn't sound right. But for us to sit up here and accuse Jay-Z for likes, shares, and subscribes, it's crazy, man. This shit is crazy. For us to accuse this man for likes, shares, and subscribes. What up, Calico? Now, if anybody want to come up, hit the link. I'll drop it again, but for us to sit up here and accuse Jay-Z or anybody else for some shit like this, like this Playboy said, Becky with the good hair. I don't think she had good hair though, because her pops weren't even looking at her, man. Pops said he don't know shit, and we gotta call it down the middle, man. We gotta call it down the middle, right? Gotta call this shit down the middle, and down the middle it is. The shit don't stick. It doesn't. You may not like Jay-Z. I like his music. You may not like him. You may can't stand the man. But at the end of the day, you got a lot of black men sitting in prison right now for a modern day Willie Lynch. And that's what this shit looking like to me. It's looking like a Willie Lynch right now. It looked like Willie Lynch right now. Hold on, I drop it. It's looking like a Willie Lynch right now. Modern day Willie Lynch. That's what this shit is looking like. Oh, let me see. Oh, whoa. Let me see something. Copy. Okay. That's what it's looking like to me, man. Some Willie Lynch shit going on. We had men being locked up for years for shit like this, just accusing. Back then, you got the Emmett Tills, you got everybody else, man, that's being accused. It's being accused. Sitting in jail right now for shit like this. Sitting in a grave for stuff like this. Taking a dirt nap, will never come back for shit like this. So, but we're going to stand by as black people and dig a grave for him and put him in it. And then years later, oh shit, he never even did it. We gonna still keep doing that to each other? No, I dropped the link. I don't know. I dropped the link there. Let me drop it again. I don't know. I don't know, man. I guess because I ain't paid for the StreamYard and I'm always on YouTube. Hey, can one of the Angie baby, can you drop the link? Can you drop the link in there? I'm trying to drop it. I don't know. All right, can you drop the link, Crown? Yeah, if you could drop the link in there. And you know the sad thing about it, right? As far as I know, let me see what's going on with this. No, I don't know what's going on with this. I'm trying to drop it. I don't know. Hold up. Let me see. Copy. Oh, you can only hit the link with your laptop or PC. Not on the phone. Oh, okay. All right. So what I'm gonna do? I'm gonna drop the link on my community wall. I drop the link over there. You know. All right. Let me drop the link over there. All right. Let me drop the link. Let's see how this works out. All right. I dropped the link on the community wall. Let's see if that works. I didn't even know this was a vertical live. I didn't even know that. Oh, here we go. Let me copy the link. All right. Let me drop it back over there. All right. Let's just copy the link. All right. There you go. There we go. There we go. All right, I dropped the link on the community wall. If y'all want to come up, the link is on the community wall. Go over to J Quill Talk Live. The link is up there, and see what happened. Yeah, I didn't know this was a vertical live. Let's see what happened. Let's see how this work out. Yeah, they talking about something to get guests. You gotta. Yeah, let's see if this work out. But yeah, that's what I'm saying, man. It shit don't add up to me. We say they Carlos. Now I dropped the link on there. Somebody can get the link for the community wall and drop it in the chat. Oh yeah, yeah, yeah. You're right, Miss Playful. You're right. Because like he said, he have a lot of pictures. A lot of people was there. A lot of people was there at that party. A lot of people was there. Now it's on my community wall. Let me see if it's on. Go to J. It's on J Quill. Oh, you know what? Go to D. It's on. Go to DIY Truck and J. It should be on D. Let me see if I can post it up here too. Let me go to my Let me go over here real quick. Let me go to All right, I think I posted on DIY Truck and J. Let me go up here. Let me switch this real quick. Let me see if I can get this up here. All right, here you go. Here you go. Hmm. Go to DIY Trucker J. It should be up there. I think I posted. It won't let me. It won't let me do it. I know I posted up there because I didn't know this was gonna be a vertical live. I just do it. All right. Community. Let me post it up. All right. Let me switch it over. Hmm. All right. Try it one more time. Go to J Quill on Talk Live. It's on there. It should be on there. Oh, okay. Pics don't mean anything. Oh, I got you. I got you. So you said pics don't. I got you. At the end of the day, man. I don't know, man. It was get from Let's get on this real quick. Yeah, that's to the thing. Mm-hmm. All right. And the live stream's still up. I don't know what's going on with this shit. And I'm still here, but I don't know what's going on with it. I hit the. I don't know. Yeah, you figure this shit out. All right. Oh, you can hit the link from your advice. All right.
Hey,
We on. What's going on, Hamilton Funk?
hey,
Angie, baby.
yeah, I'm fine. How you doing there, Jake? Will?
No, I'm good. I'm good. I'm good. How you doing?
Yeah, I got it. This is suspect. You know what I'm saying? This is suspect.
Uh-huh.
If the father didn't know all about this, it reminds me of that 15-year-old had a limo at the house, and her mother was in the hospital as a nurse, and she went down to the gas station to give him a rose to was it Jay Z or no to Sean Diddy Combs, and it's just suspect. Tony Busby better start vetting all these people because if he you know his case could go up in smoke. You
Yeah.
know his
Mm-hmm.
case could go up in smoke, and he'll be the biggest laughing stock in history.
Yeah.
He'll be the biggest. And another thing is, why Jay Z's name's being popped up? Because nobody wants to touch this case for the 10-foot pole. Puffy's been trying to get out of jail for 3 times already. They're going to try again for the fourth time. So this is ridiculous, man, of what's happening here. You know, if this was anybody else, if this was if it's just a darn shame. That's what this is.
So Carlos, hey Angie, baby, what you got to put on this?
I was just coming up to check your link for you. That's all I was trying to
Oh,
do.
okay, I appreciate it.
Oh, no doubt. All right, I'm dropping down.
All right.
Oh yeah. No. Anyway, Jake. Well, yeah. Something like this, you have to have a laptop or a PC. So it's not gonna work out with the phone. So that's how I got into Crown Key's platform last night.
Uh-huh.
How you doing?
Okay,
How you
back
doing,
to
Carlos?
this.
How you doing, Carlos?
Hey, Hammer Time Funk, how you been?
I just got out of the hospital with my surgery on
How your
Monday.
surgery go?
It went well for 2 hours. The food sucked, though.
Yeah.
But I'm just saying it's going to be somebody's egg on their face after this is over and done. I don't think it'll happen after my birthday. They're going to try to delay this as much as they can to get more time. You know?
Uh-huh.
Me personally, Jay Quill.
Yeah.
I did a live on this yesterday,
Uh-huh.
and I said, "How the hell did Tony Busby file this to the New York State federal court and without checking on this twice?"
Yeah.
Hello?
That's mind blowing. That's number one. And number two, like
Yeah.
the father said, he don't remember, or
You know?
he didn't even say he never picked her up for that location at all. So it's like you said, I think she's telling that girl's story.
Yeah, that's what it sounds like to me, Carlos. It sounds like a story that she either telling
I'm
or
going
somebody told her to say this.
to coming tomorrow.
I wouldn't be surprised if it was Jagger White.
What happened?
I wouldn't be surprised if it was Jagger White that told her to say it.
Yeah. Uh-huh.
Like it's crazy. It's crazy. But I'm gonna drop down, Jake. Well, I'm just supporting your live and salute, brother.
All right, I got you. I got you, Carlos. Let me see what hey Calico, if you want to come up, Calico, just hit the link, Calico.
Bye. Hey, Jay Quill.
Yeah.
This is gonna Tony Busby. If I were Tony Busby, I would vet every single one of these people that he's representing. Because if one of them's alive, then his case is garbage.
Uh-huh.
His case is garbage. And I'm just saying right now, um, Diddy is in a lot of trouble. I really don't, but Shine hates his guts. Who else hates his guts? Mace hates his guts most of all. Who else hates his guts? Because Shine is mad at Diddy because of that gun in that club that him and J Lo were at, and he took the fall for it. You know?
But see, my thing is this, right?
Yeah, go ahead.
At the end of the day,
Yep.
we just can't just be jumping out the window, putting a jacket on somebody,
Yeah.
That's because some shit come up when they got to do with Puffy. Now at the end of the day, who else is next? Is everybody else is around Puffy? Who else is next? Now you have you got a lot of high power attorneys around him. You got celebrities around him.
Mm.
You got different mixed races around him.
Politicians.
Around him, it's a lot going on, and it's a bigger player in the game than what we're looking at.
Yeah, this is a bigger fish.
Because when they put her, whoever this young girl is,
Yeah.
oh there you go, whoever this young girl is,
Yeah.
they should have did better homework before they put her on the stage like that.
They sure
What up,
did.
Calico?
Because remember they have
What you have
enough
to say?
that he raped the guy with a drug and his drink was spiked and Puffy he was a bodyguard or something and Puffy took advantage of him or something like that. Like I said before, they better vet some of these people because if they don't, their case is garbage. High network Calico, how you doing?
What is the biz whiz, man? What's going on, Quill? Hammer time, what's happening?
What
Yeah,
up, brother? You see the title, man?
You got the floor. I'm going.
I was speaking on this a little bit earlier about black exploitation.
Yes.
And when people think of black exploitation, they normally tend to think about shit like Superfly and the Mac, but it's not so much the movies, but what the movies projected.
Yeah.
Or the intention of the projection, which is to view these people only as this.
Yeah.
And a lot of people tend to think with movies like Superfly and the Mac and all of that being a thing of the past, that the angle and the mission of what it was meant for is in the past, and it isn't. Because the same way that they wanted us to look like criminals and pimps and prostitutes are being looked at in these stereotypical ways, then what the fuck you think was happening with movies like Menace to Society and Belly and on up until right now with these reality shows? And furthermore,
yeah,
this is more than nothing but that. So anytime that you have black men in positions of power, of course they're going to be targeted, because it's not enough for when it comes to, let's say, the billionaire totem pole for blacks to be at the very bottom of it. It's only enough when they're not on it.
Yeah.
I've said it before, man. The FCC is nothing more than an arm of the government. That's who controls what you see, what's projected, what's put out there in the media, mass media, or whatnot. And they're going to always show you the best of them and the worst of you.
They've done that for years. They've done that for years. Like, I'm going to get you, sucker, Shaft, all that other stuff. And I'm just sick and tired of this mess, man, because they're just putting us down like we're circus people. I don't know.
Well, I think, see, it's a two-pronged problem. See, it has to be attacked from both directions in order to get any kind of quality work done from it. One, you have to attack it from the end of saying, okay, well, if we don't like the way that they're portraying us, then do, in a sense, I guess what Tyler Perry did.
Yeah.
Fuck going to them. Make your own motherfucking Hollywood. On one end. But then on the other end, the end that people from our community don't really like to tread in the waters of, is this lake called accountability. The accountability waters are uncomfortable waters, because then it means that you have to hold yourself and your community accountable. And sometimes it's no different than, let's say, if some bullshit is going on in one's family, you don't really want to expose what's going on in your family to anyone that's outside of your family. That's just normal. But as a community, and I asked this question before, does it need to be a civil war between the righteous black people that want to see us move forward as a people and be successful versus the nigga? And when I say a nigga, I don't equate nigga to black people.
Oh, no, you can't.
it's niggas in every motherfucking race. But I do know some that's their mind is frozen and taught to believe that. Like I've heard it in conversation before. You ask somebody, well, who was in that car? Oh, it was 2 white boys, a Mexican and a nigga.
Yeah.
You know, and it's unfortunate that they pistol whip like that, but you can't save everybody.
Nah.
So what do we do to hold each other accountable for our fuck ups?
I don't know.
We have to listen. If there's a way for a community to all collectively hold something in a bad light, for our community to hold what's reprehensible accountable, it's not impossible, and I can tell you why.
It's not. You're gonna have to
let somebody from the black community find out somebody else from the black community is a snitch. I bet you they don't have no problem holding them accountable for that.
See, if there was a revolution amongst black people, someone have to get left behind, like you said, because some people will consider themselves to be niggas. See, I always say a smart man can play dumb, but a dumb man can't play smart.
Not
you got a lot of dumb motherfuckers, excuse my language, out here playing smart. They'll tell you anything. Don't be the first one to jump on a story that's not even true just to throw their own people under the bus. And then when it come out not to be true, they go, oh well, that nigga did it anyway.
Hey,
something have to leave behind.
Hey, Jake Quill, my grandparents was in the civil rights. I have a picture of my grandmother with Mrs. King and on there. If my grandparents was alive today, they would just be shaking their head. What has happened to us? We don't sit together for nothing these days. But when it comes to other stupid mess, we be on it. You know?
I will say this, and I'm real careful. I'm real careful to speak about black people in general. I'll tell you why. Because then the facts get lost in the haze of what one would preconceive, meaning the only one factual thing that you can say about black people, and this is why I don't subscribe to that, black people is the only ones that can't stick together. See, the problem with black people is the reason why I don't subscribe to that is because it's a fact that black people live every fucking variation of life that it is to live, from the judges to the niggas on the corner. We live every variation of life that it is to live, just like every other race. I'm from California, so I know for a fact when you say blacks can't stick together like other communities, you can't put a Norteño and a Sereno in the same room together, and they both Mexican.
Here, Jake Quill, this is my
they gonna trip.
And that's Mrs. King right there with my grandma.
Oh, okay. But see, that's the same thing down here, Callie. I'm from North New Jersey.
Jersey.
Right.
Down here,
State.
And down here, it's crazy because you can put blacks in the same room with Puerto Ricans, Honduras, Salvadorians. You could put us in the same room with Dominicans, and we all have a conversation. And when you tell the guys out in the West that, they be like, what? But we can get along here because all of us wrapped up in the same community. It's just that once people started adapting, some of the Hispanics started adapting the nigga word, that's when shit got divided.
That's where I'm at.
Here, most of the Hispanics here, and I'm going to say it, they say the nigga word more than the blacks say it.
Now, see, down here in California, that's more of a northerner Mexican thing than a southern Mexican thing. The southerners,
what up, Sam?
Like what you call like paisas, like those are Mexicans. As to where the northerners, not to take any way or excuse me if I'm saying it from an uninformed spot, but they're more Americanized. The northern Mexicans tend to intermingle with the blacks more so than the Southern Mexicans do.
Yeah.
Even in the penitentiaries, the Norteños, the Noresta Familia, they tied in with them 3 letters with the BGF, and the Serranos, they're more tied in with like the Nazi lowriders in them woods. And I mean, unfortunately, that's just tribalism in any sense of the word. Like if me and the nigga from West Oakland, me and the nigga from East Oakland, I'm from the West, he from the East. He from over there, I'm from over here. But when me and that East Oakland dude is in, let's say, LA, we Bay Area niggas.
Yeah.
But when us Bay Area niggas and this LA nigga go to Newark, we California niggas. Yeah. When we all go to Italy, we're Americans. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So
you know that's crazy, because I could call a Mexican right now that go to Mexico every year for 3 months and come back on vacation. And I could call him right now and say, "Hey Tito, can I get a ride to work?" You know what Tito will say? "Hey JD, I'll be there at 4:00. Be outside." It's a difference here than over there. You know, but the thing is, now, if I call a brother right now and ask him, "Can I get a ride to work because my shit broke down?" First, I got to go through the whole explaining why my car broke down. Then I got to go through the whole part of the gas money. Then I got to go through the whole part of, yo, can you let me hold something? I'm like, well, damn, bro. I just need a ride. You going that way anyway. But if I had some Mexican brother come over here, he gonna say, "Be outside at 4:00. That's it.
I don't know. I can't speak to that from your experience, because your experience is your experience. But what I can say, and this is having genuine friends as well as being one, it's brothers that can hit my line right now and be like, "Hey, nephew, man, I'm over. You ain't even got to say shit. Just tell me, drop the look, just shoot me the addy. I'm on the way." You feel me? And it ain't no questions asked. So I think it has more to do with, one, how you and that person, what kind of friendship y'all have, and 2, the level of respect that y'all have for each other. Because if I got that level of respect for you, it ain't up to, it's not my business to worry about why, motherfucker. If you didn't need a ride, you wouldn't call me. I'm on the way.
Exactly. But over here in the North, it's a why with that. Why? You be like, well, damn, bro. Why when, you know, it's kind of like, if I can't use you for something, then why call me? And that's how it is over here with some brothers. Not all, but some.
No, you definitely right. And some of that has to do, not everything, but you touched on it a little bit earlier when you was talking about that old lyncher named Willie. You have to understand that it's one thing to be indoctrinated for, let's say, an amount of time that it takes for you to go from preschool to high school, maybe even college. That's what, give or take, 9, 10 years, 11 years, or whatever, 12 at the most, versus a community of people who have been indoctrinated for hundreds of years.
Yeah.
Due to these kinds of methods, to where I'm going to put, we all know how the Willie Lynch story goes. I'll put what you think is the most strongest in front of you and beat him until he begs for mercy, not for him, but to break your psyche, to make you see that he's not more powerful than me. So he'll never put their trust into that person before the person who they seen abuse him right in front of them, the one who they thought was the most powerful, the most strongest, the most biggest. So this is hundreds of years of that. This is why, again, going back to the snitch thing, in the Black community, snitching is so looked down upon so bad because that traces back to the slavery days. If me, Jay Quill, and Hammer was finna get ready to run from the plantation, and this tap dancing ass nigga finna go let the master know for an extra piece of fat back, nigga, we gonna kill you. Before he get up, we gonna get you.
I'm not snitching on nothing. I don't know nothing, and I didn't see nothing. So leave me alone. Leave me alone.
But that's how.
That's it.
But that's it's almost like giving a person $1 with a rope attached to it. It's easy for you to say, well, all you have to do is just pick yourself up by your bootstraps. Well, how, motherfucker, if you own the bootstrap company?
Yeah, exactly.
You know what I'm saying? It's like, don't give me a problem and then tell me the remedy when I'm at the lowest part of the fucking problem. Like, you could have, I mean, it's all smoke and mirrors to a point, man. But when, like, going back to the Willie Lynch shit, bro, that's been made for us to look at each other with that amount of distrust.
Yeah.
I said, if you wanted to empower the Black community, you have to attack that by several different angles. But one of the biggest moving parts of that is to create a financial foundation. Once we do not have to depend on going to go sit in Wells Fargo, Bank of America, JP Morgan Chase, or none of these other motherfuckers and tap dance with a something in my hand, a presentation in my hand, trying to show you how I need you to give me a loan, aka an investment into my business, so I can get started towards the path of generational wealth, and then leave that decision up to you for my livelihood and the family, the livelihood of my family and my legacy, for you to just shake your head and say, oh, we're so terribly sorry. Oh, I'm so sorry. Well, unfortunately. But if we had our own financial structure, and when I say Black-owned banks, I'm not talking about a fucking Black-owned bank with 3 locations, one in Boston, one in Florida, and one in LA. I'm talking about one that has just as many locations and just as powerful as a Bank of America or a JP Morgan.
TD Bank.
We wouldn't need their help no more. You
TD
have to
Bank.
understand, when they said that the 3 realest words that you will ever hear in your life, besides God is real, is knowledge is power. That's for a reason. Because as long as I know what you don't, I can keep my motherfucking hand in your pocket. Why do you think they charge you so much for college? Because they know they finna give you some education that's gonna build you. So they're gonna get it all out you while they can.
Hey, peace to everybody on the panel. How y'all doing this evening?
Hello.
Hey, what's up, Keys?
What's
Well,
going
I
on?
don't understand
Sorry
this.
for making this short story long.
Why we can't
Oh,
do
nah, Calico, nah. You know, because I'll be on the same time, man. My whole mind think is like that, you know. Like, I grew up in North had 4 major banks in the hood that was Black owned, right in the heart of the projects where I grew up at. But the thing was, when they was giving out certain loans about certain houses in the hood, now a lot of people, see, the problem is now with, I'm gonna go back. The problem is now with this new Black era. Don't nobody read shit no more. Everybody look on the internet for the information. Don't nobody read. All the books are closed. Don't nobody go to the libraries. The libraries are suffering because don't nobody read no more.
Man,
It's
No,
not
it's on
being
the
taught.
tablet. It's
It's
on the
not being
tablet.
taught in the house. You know, so to be taught financially, you need to be taught in the household before you even get your ass into school. It need to be going both ways.
That's a fact.
Now, they had Blacks owned banks in the neighborhood, but because the shit was redlining, they made it sure, like, we was in North.
talk about it.
You got Ivy Hill, you got Short Hills, you got Ivy Hill, Short
East
Hills,
Orange.
you got East Orange is Essex County, but you got West Orange, it's still Essex County, and you got Morristown. So what they was doing was, I was about to say something else, but what they was doing was they redlining the shit. Whereas
Talk to
though only time you can get a place in North is outside and around the housing projects, but they made it to where as though you couldn't get shit on top of the hill. Now you can, but at that time they made it hard. So they got to the point where the Black-owned banks started disappearing. The Black-owned banks went from banks to Jersey Fried Chicken.
Come on now.
I had Church's Fried Chicken.
What up,
I
Steve?
remember Queen City Fuel Oil Company in Plainfield. I used to live in Plainfield. You know,
Now-
but there hasn't been. Remember the Dime Bank, Dayquil, the
Yeah.
Dime Bank. Yeah, they ain't
22.
got that no more.
It's all gone.
See,
Yeah.
what people don't understand is that these folks that we dealing with is 100 miles past diabolical, right? It's you cannot maintain the kind of power structure that has been maintained for as long as it has been by being unintelligent. It's not, you're not going to be a dummy and be able to do that. They don't understand these kids. It's funny and ironic that this fucking era and this age that we're in is called the age and era of information, and yet these motherfuckers can't survive without Wi-Fi. I mean, goddamn it, the electricity went off right now and you couldn't run your vacuum. Do you know how to pick up a broom?
Y'all hear me?
Yeah.
Yeah,
I hear you.
So yeah, you know, the best thing that the devil did was to trick you into believing he wasn't the devil, right? So
talk to him. Oh, gee, Sonny, I see you in the building.
With that being said, you know, I'm listening to y'all talk and everything. I love to read. I'm a reader. Like as we speak right now, I'm reading a book by Robert Greene that a lot of people don't even talk about. A lot of people talk about 48 laws of power. I'm reading the laws of human nature, right? With mastery. With mastery after this. That's the next book after this. And so I grew up in a household. My father's from South Carolina, my mother's Puerto Rican. So when I tell you two cultures that are different but the same, we're talking about generational differences. You see what I'm saying? But I grew up where education was the order of the day. When I say education, I'm not talking about going to school and learn. No, you go to school and learn what they teach you, but you're gonna come home and you're gonna learn other things outside of what's structured to change your natural thought process. So, with that being said, you know, you have what we got to understand, in my opinion, what we have to understand overall is that it's not just the indoctrination that we receive throughout life, right? It also is what you're subjected to before you even enter in this world, when you're still in your mother's womb. You see what I'm saying? That's how far back we have to look at it, because these things are tied to us generationally. And so, like you were saying, it's hard to believe that this is the age of information and these kids don't know nothing. You know, they go to Google, they're walking around like the light bulb is there, but there ain't nothing on, you know, for the most part.
Lights is on, but nobody's home.
Exactly. You know, listen, I grew up in a household where we had encyclopedias. Okay.
I had those.
Britannica. Talk about
exactly. You understand what I'm saying? We had encyclopedias. Listen, this is real talk. My father, military man, he lied. He was born in the South. He lied and said he was a particular age just to get out of the South, because my father picked cotton. This is real shit. Excuse me, Quill. I don't mean to curse on your platform. But my father picked cotton. They took him out of school at 9. You understand what I'm saying? They took him out of school at 9 to work in the fields. And he used to talk about how because he was him and his cousin were the two oldest kids, they used to put the two of them under the palmetto tree to watch the other babies while the families were in the fields picking cotton. So you already know what kind of father I grew up with. You understand me? We had the railroad track behind the family house with the pine trees, and you already know what was going on there. Now on the flip side, this is the Hispanic side. And I say Hispanic because Latin America. My grandmother was Indian and Spaniard. Her mother was pure Taino Indian. And her father they came over from Spain. When I tell you racist, man, in my opinion, they put the KKK to shame. Real talk. And what's so crazy?
I'm sorry, Miss Juicy. My grandmother used to comb my hair with the hot comb on the stove. We didn't have the plug-ins back in there. She would take that hot comb, put on the hot. I would feel the grease sizzle on my head. I said, "What the heck is this, man?" She'd go by the knots and bangs. I wanted to hide that hot comb and put it in the backyard.
And what's crazy about that side of my family, my mother's side of the family, that's where I saw, that was my first lessons in racism. Like how skin color made a difference, how the texture of your hair made a difference. Mind you, check this out. My grandmother looked like an Indian, but guess what she wound up being with? A black Frenchman. Check that out. With all the racism in the world, she wound up being with a black man, a melanated man who was from another country. Now, I'm saying all of this to say that there are a lot of things that we as people, we absorb, we take them in, and unfortunately, we don't see how it affects us throughout our lives directly as opposed to indirectly. If that makes sense, y'all understand what I'm saying?
Yeah.
I get you.
Having family so close to me that was like that never affected me because I had two parents that, although I saw it, they made sure that my slate stayed clean. It was about protecting and making sure that the innocence was there. And unfortunately, our children, our young melanated children, be them brown, yellow, whatever you want to call it, they're children, right? The parents and the community, in my opinion, have really failed them a lot. And this is why you see a lot of the things that are going on. Like, this is a conversation that can really go on for hours for the mere fact that you could talk about Reagan and crack era. And you understand where I'm going with it?
Yeah,
There's
I've
so
been
many
there.
different aspects that can be ballooned around our community as melanated people, how we were affected, because at the end of the day, we are the burden bearers of the world, are we not?
Yeah.
Everywhere you go, outside of the US, everybody turns an eye to a melanated person. And that's just a fact. When you got people coming from other countries, they give them videos to look at. They sit them in a room. When they know that they're getting ready to come to America and they've got their visas and their papers to leave the countries, they have videos that they actually show them to teach them how to interact, not with white people, not with Chinese.
Well, I gotta go with Jay Quill. It was
All right.
nice talking to you, but like I said before, and I'll say it again, this country is, you know what? I go to downtown New Brunswick, you see all kinds of Hispanic ice
I
cream
know.
stores and everywhere.
I know.
Yeah,
My grandfather
yeah.
owned a barber shop in New Brunswick. I know.
Oh yeah. And before
What
I
barber
go,
shop?
if I have a nation, anybody come by. But I like to say the famous words of Captain America, like a lethal weapon. I'm getting too over this shit. Yeah. Yeah. I love Jersey. Jersey rules, man.
I got you. I got you.
Happening, man.
Yeah. See everybody.
Now,
Salute
you know
to
what
you.
it is.
Salute to you.
But see, Crown is right, right? Years ago, I went to 2004. I was in Jamaica for a whole week. And it being in Jamaica was crazy because they were showing all black, like American Most, no, American, no, not American Most Wanted, but it was cops. They kept showing it, the TV shit was cops. You remember the cops, right? And it was all black people over here, Americans being arrested.
Mhm.
So I'm in the bar one day and I'm watching it. I'm like, well, y'all watch this shit right here? He was like, yeah, man. He was like, yeah, man. He said, y'all don't want to be over there, so we should be there. Y'all should be over here. So how you figure that? He said, because they teach us this. That's why they show us this. I said, wow, you really believe that shit? You really believe what's on that television that really goes over here in the black community? He was like, yeah, because they show us so much.
Yeah, that's what you call creating a narrative and birthing a stereotype.
Yeah.
And allowing these preconceptions to be perpetuated throughout not only America but in the world in general.
Yeah.
And to some degree, and I guess that's the part I mean about the accountability, is that we help them out. Some of us do. I want to stress some of us. But I mean, where do we draw the line between what's to be taken as art or fiction as opposed to what day-to-day life is for a community of people? When on one hand, if we do a movie like A Menace to Society or Paid in Full, well, that must be how they are.
Yeah.
But if you got a motherfucker like let's say for instance, what's the guy name who I'm gonna make you an free camera free Marlon Brando. Marlon Brando does a movie, but he doesn't get looked at as that, or all Italians don't get looked at as
because it's all about who controls the narrative.
Yeah.
It's always about who
absolutely.
You know, we hardly ever control the narrative, and when we do, there's always something negative at some point that winds up being miraculously attached to it. Burden bearers. That's what I said. Like, we are the burden bearers of the world.
Yeah, that's like you said, accountability, right? When young white Italian kids in Italy, when they come to America, they're not seeking out Brooklyn. They're not seeking out Crown Heights. They're not seeking out Hell's Kitchen. They're not coming here looking for that. But when young African kids, I watched a video, they came to O Block just to visit the projects, the killings, and the fuckery that goes on over there. And they were so happy to get there.
You know why? because young, not all, again, I stress not all, but some young black men choose it to be a bragging right to say, where I'm from, we kill more of us than where you're from. Our murder rate is higher. That is a bragging right to some stupid.
And when I heard that, I was sitting there Googling it. And when you Google the numbers, they don't even, whoever was saying that don't even pop up on the map.
Come on, man.
And that's a fact.
Shit's crazy.
I hear it. And I go, damn.
Man.
Black on black genocide is great to these fools because you got the nerve to shit up here and say that shit.
I think, what did Chuck say? One love, who said it? I know who Houdini said it. The haters taught hate. That's why we gang bang.
Yeah.
The head, but where other hand when it's coming from the left? I ain't just watch your step. That's why you don't never shake nobody's hand with your left hand, man. It's a lot of It's a whole lot of jewels dropped in that song, Can't Trust It, man, and in that video. You know what I'm talking about? But sometimes you need the buffoonery in order to attract the ones who aren't attracted by intelligence alone. Now, as a youngster, not mature in no way at all at the time that It Takes a Nation of Millions to Hold Us Back came out.
Facts.
I thank God for a Flavor Flav because he danced me right to Chuck D.
Yeah.
As to where probably if it was just Chuck at my age, I wouldn't have got it.
Yeah.
Right.
So I'm thankful for that. But going back to a point that I want to catch on what you were saying earlier about the redlining. And they're gonna make sure that they keep your black ass right in this bubble. And outside of that bubble, if you have a house on this hill, you're going to sign this contract before we let you buy a house in this community that states if you sell this house, it cannot be to anybody black.
Exactly.
These were laws. These were laws. So it's a lot of moving parts that's working against us, and it's going to take a lot of moving parts in order for us to get to where we want to be. But one of the biggest cogs in that fucking in that configuration is definitely a financial bedrock.
Yeah.
Because once we don't need you, we don't need you. Exactly. To touch on what Keith said about the education. Being taught at home is one thing. Being taught at school is something else. Because when you at home, It's your parents. It's your family. It's your loved ones who's going to give you what we like to call the kind of knowledge that you can't get in college.
That's right.
Yeah.
Damn straight.
See, I tell people I've been in trucking going on 32 years. And I tell people every day, what you gonna learn in school, it is different out there on that road, man. That's the same thing. The same thing how life work. What's out on that road? And you see me the other day driving Calico. You seen that shit,
man.
You seen that?
It was woo. That man was a blizzard.
They don't teach you that shit in school. They don't teach you that. They throw you out there to the wolves, man. And that's how life is. Life gonna throw you out there to the wolves fast as shit, man.
That's a fact. And I can only thank God that before my mother and my father went to the family reunion in the sky, they taught my black ass how to cross the street by myself.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying?
Trying to tell you. Because it's serious out here.
You see, back then, we had parents and we had grandparents. Now,
Big mama.
Grandparents with the grandkids. The grandparents on Twitter, on TikTok, twerking with the grandkids.
That's crazy to me. That's crazy to me. Listen, my family was so. I don't know what the proper word is, but let me just say it like this: my father's aunts and uncles, I grew up with them. That like they were alive when I was growing up. They were my great aunts and uncles. You see what I'm saying? So it's just grandma and grandpa may or may not have been there. And if they weren't there, you had their siblings there. And they kept the order. They kept everything in check. Now, like you just said, you got the grandmothers twerking with the grandchildren on TikTok. And that's insanity. That's insanity to me. But that's what's going on now. And you know what? The thing about it is that what bothers me is that nobody sees nothing wrong with it. Nope. Like if I'm an adult, I'm grown. And if my grandmother was to be alive right now, she would be close to 100, if not over 100, right? But let's just say hypothetically, my grandmother was alive today and she was in her 70s or 80s, whatever, which would be impossible. But hypothetical. There really wouldn't be a problem with grandma trying to do a dance with the granddaughter because I'm an adult and Nana's an adult, right? So it would be looked at more as,
Yeah, the electric slide is a long way away from shaking your ass. Your hands on your knees.
And you got Nana's, but you know what I'm saying, trying to bust a wide open. Like, what the hell are we talking about here?
Yeah, that's you know what that is? That's a generation that's too old to be treating their motherfucking kids like they friends.
Exactly. And mind you, I don't have no children. You see what I'm saying? I don't have no children. But this is my observation. As a person looking at it from my background, what I've seen, what I've experienced in my family, and how we conduct ourselves with our elders. You see what I'm saying? So I just it just doesn't it just looks so distasteful. Like
it is in a lot of ways. Like I'm not gonna talk not only to my grandmother, but anybody on here's grandmother the same way that I'm gonna talk to my homeboy when we outside.
Exactly. I was raised with yes ma'am, no ma'am.
There's levels to this shit, man. Like
it is.
I was raised to say yes, ma'am.
Cool elders, no, that's cool.
They didn't accept a head shake. No, you say yes or no. Speak up. Grown folks are talking. Say excuse me when grown people are talking. And if you say excuse me, it better be important. Don't come in here with no bullshit. You know what I'm saying? That's just how I was raised.
I know that there are those rare exceptions to where you find those few elders that once the other folks ain't around. Now, when you're around me, young blood, I don't hear all that yes ma'am, no ma'am shit.
Right. Yeah, you have those.
You got
Those
a
are
couple of
cool uncles and aunties. Those are cool ones. Those are ones
yeah,
you
but you
love
gotta
when
let
they come
them
around.
take the lead on that. You gotta let them let you know that that's cool to do.
Right, right.
See, when we was taught growing up, when you moved through a crowd of people, you was taught to say excuse me. Even to this
Right.
day, at 52 years old, I still say excuse me, and people go, "Okay, word." They respect that, you know. Nowadays, they're not taught that. So when these kids move through a bunch of people, they so quick they run their mouth, and then either a fight starts, somebody gets shot, and all you had to do was say excuse me, my bad, my fault. 'Cause it's not. It don't make you look like a sucker. Don't make you look less than a man. It's just showing that you was raised with respect.
That's right.
If you move like that, people tend to respect you the way you move.
It's
But
what we
now,
call back in the days home training.
exactly,
But
exactly.
and the home training it leaked out over into the streets too,
Uh
because
huh.
there was certain things that you just weren't gonna do because you
Hell
you
no.
knew it would be frowned upon. Now, just a little sidebar: when you said good home training, and there were things that you were taught at home. When you walk down the street and you say excuse you do something, you bump into a person or you're trying to get by, you say excuse me, right? You got people now that they trying to get through the eye of the needle. They know they can't fit and they just running through. And
Yeah.
like you said, they get an attitude. They start arguing with you. I was on a bus one day, right? This was about, I want to say 6-7 years ago. I was on a bus going to a doctor's appointment. And I got on. It was like a 2 o'clock appointment, and the Catholic school kids had got out of school, so they went to the back of the bus. And there was this older lady that got on, and I went to get up to give her my seat, and she told me, she said, "No, baby, you sit down. I'm gonna sit over here by the window." I go and I sit down. So me and the lady are talking, and she's just telling me how nice I look and how thankful she was for me to think about her and give her the seat and so on and so forth. So I'm telling her, no problem, man. You know, it wouldn't have been no problem. We just having light banter. But every time the older lady or I would speak, I started to hear that one of the kids in the back was mimicking us. Man, the old lady looked at me. She said, "These kids don't respect nobody." And another old lady that was on the bus, she said, "Oh, baby girl, I see it in your face. Don't do it." I went right over there. I said, "We got a mother effing problem over here. Does somebody got something that they want to say? Because I don't have no problem slapping somebody upside their head. And go get your mama too." When I tell you that them kids shut up, when the bus pulled up to the next stop, 5 of them got off. And the other ones that stayed on ain't saying nothing the rest of the ride. And the lady that initially I was gonna give her a seat, she said, "Thank you, baby. I appreciated that because I'm old and we have to be careful." And then she's adding in the other lady into the conversation. She said, "We have to be careful because them kids don't respect nothing." I said, "See, I'm not a child. I was raised better than that, you know?"
Yeah, that's how I was growing up. Not now.
That's a fact.
Not now. Life is different right now.
Mm-hmm.
For you to raise, they expect for you to raise these kids. I'm not raising nobody else's kids. I'm not doing that. Back in the day, you was able to be a father figure in the streets or in the hood, whatever.
Mm-hmm.
People like when I grew up, if you didn't have a father in the house, you had the people in the neighborhood. You had the old heads out there either washing the cars, sweeping the ground, and they always had something to say to you if they caught you doing something wrong. They straighten you out real quick. Nowadays, you can't do that shit. You can't do it now because once the government came into people's homes and took the right out to discipline your child, even though some of us still do, but the discipline
Mm-hmm.
your child, they took that right out of that.
And this is another thing that a lot of people don't know.
That
And I
created
learned
all
this
kinds of
dealing with my
monsters.
nephew. I
Yeah.
learned this when we had an incident with my nephew. My half sister, she was having a problem with her child's father, and right here in New York. And so um the police were called. And you know what the police asked before anything? who has custody of the child? And she said, what you mean? This is my son. He's mine. He's with me. He said, no, who has custody of the child? So she kept repeating, he's my son. My nephew was like, had to be months old. He was crawling. That's how young he was. And the officer told her, he said, let me explain something to you. You might want to go to court and get custody of your child. She said, but my name is on the birth certificate. He came out you know what I'm saying? Like she got vulgar. And he said, that doesn't matter. In the state of New York, one of the things that parents have to do is take custody of their children, because although your name may be on their birth certificate as the parent, they can still be considered wards of the state, and the state can come in and become their custodian. Check that out.
That's a fact. That's in California, man. And the one of the fucked up things, man, as far as taking the discipline out of the home, is that it's cause and effect, right? Because if you're a parent and you physically chastising your child, and you can't give them a reason why you disciplined them, that's the difference between disciplining your child and beating your child. And they used the ones who beat their children in order to usher in what was going to be a greater downfall by taking almost all disciplinary actions that a parent can give and tying their hands. So now what do you have? You have a child that has a free reign to push things to the level of disrespect in a parent's eyes, that were way before or way further than what previous generations had to experience. This is what you call not stabbing a generation of people to death and letting the world see the blood on your hands. We seen how that happened with Hitler. It didn't go well. So what they did is that they learned from his mistakes and they walked past that generation with a needle and poked it and let it die 20 years down the road.
Child. And that's what's going on.
Even with the dope game, when niggas was young, for the motherfuckers that was in the dope game in the 90s and shit, who may have successfully, because everybody don't sell drugs just to sell drugs. Some motherfuckers actually sold drugs to put their kids through school. Like, even though you could have found better means and different means, but it was there. That's what they used it for. They say a hammer could be used as a tool or a weapon. It's up to the person that's holding it. So even with that, the drug game, you provided a life for your children that was 10 times better than yours. But in that, it's damn near like a level of entitlement baked into that. Because since they didn't have to struggle for shit, and it ain't even just with people in the drug game, any hardworking motherfucker that provided a way softer spot for their children to land than they had, that's baked in with a sense of entitlement, unfortunately, because they don't know what it's like to really get calluses on their hand. They really don't.
No, they don't.
It's unfortunate.
And now because of this whole...
It's unfortunate. Like, but I have...
No, go ahead, Calico.
I was just gonna say, I had a couple of homeboys who got me like, man, my son's soft as fuck. That nigga he ain't built for these streets. I'm like, man, if you had to have a choice between your son talking to you about something informative, something harmless, something that ain't got nothing to do with bringing nobody else no harm and no pain, something that ain't got to do with no malice on his hands or in his head, would you rather have that kind of discussion with your son? Or would you rather have a discussion with your son about asking him, did he go see his parole officer, who got the plug on what and who got it for the low, and my niggas just got these came in and man, we beefing with these niggas over here. So, Pops, I'm gonna just leave this over here. Like, you don't want to have that conversation with your children if you're smart.
Now, see, both of my sons, right? I talk to them a lot. We talk a lot. And they both will tell you the reason why I never ran the streets. Now, my father did that and he worked hard. I don't want to let him down. My other son worked in the rail yard. My other son is worked down in the port. and they both
That's
has
what's
been
happening.
certified to drive the crane to take the containers off the rail or off the ship, put them on top of the chassis.
I'm saying longshoreman work.
Yeah, one is 22, one 27.
Okay.
And they compete with me with everything, far as working, trying to become business owners and do their things. And I salute them on that. But when it come down, when I hear most of this on the internet, and you want to tell me how street your sons is, I just shake my head and say, damn, this is all you got to tell me that's on the internet? Because my sons right now, they won't even come on him for that. Because they'll tell you, I don't want to let my pops down. And I feel good when you hear your sons can actually tell you that and y'all can have a conversation. You know, I don't have to have conversation with my sons about jail, incarceration, running with gangs, being in the street. They tell me, Dad, I ain't trying to have no kids. You had enough of us. I'm trying to grow and live my life and go on vacations and get a pension when it's all done. That's what I'm hearing. And that's what I want to hear. And they telling me that without me telling them what I wanted, what I want them to do, but they want to do what I've been doing. And I salute them for that. But let somebody else tell you that on the internet, oh, that's just some sucker shit. They not gangster enough. I don't want my sons to be gangster enough. I don't want them to be gangster. Live your life. Be gangster. Tell me you in Italy right now doing you over there for 7 days enjoying your life.
I'm outside, Quill. I'm outside.
Yeah, that's trash. And right? Now my son 22 told me one day, he came to me, he said, Dad, can I talk to you? I said, what? He said, I know you ran the streets, but Dad, I ain't built for that. I said, what happened? He said, one day I was with my friends one day, and we was on the corner of West Kenny and Overturn Boulevard. I said, what happened? He said, Dad, we was out there for like 8 hours. My feet started hurting in them Timbs. Then it was cold, and they wanted to go take a ride. So what you do? He said, they got mad because I called my mother. My mother pulled up in the Honda Odyssey, said, boy, get your ass in the truck.
Oh shit!
Dad, because we ain't had no food, nobody had no money, and my feet was hurting. I said, what you do after that? I finished school. So I ain't built for that shit. and I said, you did the right thing. I didn't have no problem with that. I didn't want to hear, oh, we jumped in the car and Dad, I'm calling you from the precinct. Can you come get me?
He said his feet started hurting. I know that's right. Shit, 8 hours just standing.
Yeah.
But you know, I remember like listening to the older men in my family and the whole concept behind the corner. And the way it was told to me, I'm not gonna. It's not verbatim, but this is what I do remember. Because I asked my father, you know, like my father would be 89 in January, God willing. Let me knock on wood. And so I had asked him, like, you know, when you came out the military, did you work? Like, what was it like? And he was like, you know, you had a lot of young men like me at the time. We used to hang out on the corner, and that was because there was no jobs. There were no jobs for melanated men. If you did get a job, it was a welding job. You were cleaning bathrooms, and it wasn't like you were cleaning bathrooms. They were getting you to take out the excrement, you know. And so he said that's where the whole concept of the corner is at, because that was like men congregating and asking each other what's up, like what they do today. He said that's where that whole concept came out of. He said because prior to that, there was no corner for anybody to hang out at.
I look at that shit, man. The corner or the block or in front of the liquor store where motherfuckers congregate at is no different than a fucking what they call them motherfuckers, the golf clubs and the social clubs and the you know the clubs that you got to be pay thousands of dollars to be a part of and shit. It's the same damn deal.
They was indoors.
Right. But it's the same deal. It's nothing but an old bitch with a new dress on. Excuse my French. You know what I'm saying?
Not an old bitch. God damn.
An old ass nigga with a new suit on. That's all the fuck it is.
Okay, that's how much better. I'm like, damn, not an old bitch.
You know what I mean? But man, that's like, come on, man. You point your finger at something in disdain while you're doing and practicing the same thing. Like with the whole black on black violence shit.
Yeah.
Like they quick to use that, what I like to call boogeyman phrase or dog whistle term, or these words that they love to use that they know sets off certain bells, right? When was the last time you ever heard in any news story, CNN, MSNBC, Fox, shit, you can go out of state, you can pick any one of these motherfuckers, right? When have you ever heard them mention the term white on white crime?
Never. No, I'm lying. I heard it one time. I must admit. In all my years, though, I only heard it one time.
I have never.
I've heard it one time, and you know what it was? You remember the channel that who the hell is this in the chat? Did you block him, Quill?
Who?
This Dante Potu person.
Oh no, he can stay right there.
Okay.
He gotta listen. Sometimes
Okay, got you. I understand. I'm about to shoot, but I get the point. Gotta listen.
Sometimes you gotta let people listen and learn and shit, man.
Yeah, you're right. So, remember the police show where they used to show excuse me, I'm sorry, y'all. They used to show the it was like a police. It was like the cops. It was like cops, but it was a white dude and a black dude that used to moderate the show, and they would have the camera in real time showing you the police arresting people and all of that, and then they had to change the way that they did things because they were using certain I believe they put somebody in a chokehold or something like that. I forgot what the name of that cop show was, but they said it on that show, white on white crime. And it was the white dude that said it. And I said, wow, white on white crime. That was the only time I ever heard it.
So this was a TV show, or was this like the news?
No, this was the TV show. It was just like Cops. This was a few years ago. This was maybe 3 years ago. They had to revamp the show because I want to say it was around the time of the guy in the Midwest that got choked by the police officer. Right, him. Around that time, the TV show wind up doing something similar in real time because there was a real time show. So they could be in Michigan, in Illinois, in whatever Midwestern state. It'd be 3 different states in 3 different towns with the police cams on while they're driving in the car. And all of that is being streamed on the show. It was on I want to say it was on A&E. I think it was a show that was on A&E. I could be wrong. But it was a white dude and an ex-black police officer. They were the moderators of the show.
But when you talk about a journalism show, a show that brings you the news, something that's what, and I'm talking about mainly
no, I haven't heard it like that. But on
mass media, like on one of the big 4, Fox, CBS, NBC.
No.
Oh, okay. So my thing is this, right? In what was it, 2017? In 2017, this white man rented a room at the Mandalay Bay in Las Vegas. It was a country music festival going on, full of white people. This motherfucker broke that window out. And when he broke that window out
and got the pew
with that bump stock, he downed 58 people.
Yep.
And became the biggest mass shooting in American history, but yet and still was yet to be called white on white crime.
They don't call it that.
Even the other, or even the T word, or even the T word.
You had a motherfucker that went into a movie theater in Aurora, Colorado, who thought he was the Riddler. stood up, turned around, and wiped out the first 4 rows behind him. I didn't hear that being called white on white crime.
Now, they don't use
We
them
can
terms.
go all the way back to fucking Sandy Hook and Columbine. I didn't hear any of that being called white on white crime. You know who they blame that on instead? The mentally disabled and the mentally ill. Most mentally disabled motherfuckers I know is drinking apple juice, is and watching cartoons and fucking eating graham crackers. They not outside harming no fucking body.
They use it a lot.
They use it a lot. But I don't know who's close to a device right now that's on the panel, but also in the chat. I want y'all, when y'all get it, when you get a quick second, and if any one of y'all is by a device right now where you can look something up, Google Operation Mockingbird.
Okay, I'm gonna do that right now.
And read what Operation Mockingbird was. This shit, when I say this is an old nigga with a new suit on, this is not new. I led up with the whole black on black, white on white crime thing for a reason, because my point was going to be Operation Mockingbird.
Okay, so hold on. It says here, and it came up on Wikipedia. Okay. So it says here, Operation Mockingbird is an alleged large-scale program of the United States Central Intelligence, the CIA, that began in the early years of the Cold War and attempted to manipulate domestic American news media organizations for propaganda purposes. According to author Deborah Davis, Operation Mockingbird recruited leading American journalists into a propaganda network and influenced operations of front groups. CIA support of front groups was exposed when in April 1967, Rampart's article reported that the National Student Association received funding from the CIA. In 1975, Church Committee congressional investigations revealed agency connections with journalists and civic groups. In 1973, a document referred to as the Family Jewels was published by the CIA containing a reference to a different operation named Project Mockingbird, which was the name of an organization in 1963, which wiretapped 2 syndicated columnists, Robert Allen and Paul Scott, from March 12th to June 15th of 1963. They had published articles based on classified material. The document does not contain references to Operation Mockingbird. Now, it has background. You know how Wikipedia gives.
We can stop. We can stop right there. My point is that when they say alleged, well, they also said alleged about COINTELPRO as well, but it don't look alleged to me. It looks like it's in full fucking practice.
Right.
And this is nothing more than that. This is why you don't hear shit like white on white crime. This is why when you see TV shows like Bait Car come on, which is fucking, I don't understand how that is an entrapment, that they put in neighborhoods in order to get these motherfuckers to go up to them and steal you. First of all, you come to a neighborhood where everybody's fucking poor and don't think this is going to happen. Meanwhile, it's some sick-minded motherfucker that's wealthy sitting up in his living room watching this shit like the greatest TV show in the world.
Yeah.
For his entertainment.
Right. You're absolutely right. You know,
they call us wicked. We're violent. Wait, hold on. Before we're called violent, let's remember this. Let's say at 12 noon every day, this slave has to come outside out of his shack, lean over this pile of wood so his master can whack him 20 times. Not because he did anything wrong, but just to exert his authority and power to let him know, motherfucker, that I'm your master. But one day he comes out to come and get his 20 lashes like he does every day. And in the middle of the master lashing this motherfucking slave, the master drops the whip. And the slave picks it up.
And gives it back to him.
Do you think that he's supposed to give it back? Or do you think that he would then be able to practice everything that he was taught? Keyword being taught.
He's been conditioned already. So it will only be right in his mind for him to give it back.
I don't know. Everybody didn't.
Everybody didn't, but guess what? The majority, as we have been taught to believe, right? Did give it back, as we've been taught to believe, right? Because that's the whole premise, right? What you've been taught, right?
That's what you've been indoctrinated to believe.
Exactly.
I can just only thank God for like I said, the area and the era that I came up in, because you still had, like Quill said, you had to get on your bike and take your ass to the library.
For real. You never lie.
Motherfuckers don't know what it is to go through that. Like, come on, man. Like
a computer, a cell phone.
Bro, when I was young, the only thing that we used the computer for was to play Where in the World is Carmen Sandiego?
We had a computer, right? We had a computer, and my father wouldn't let us get on the computer unless it was the weekend. Now, I was in a computer science program, so I learned how to use the floppy disk and, the binary code and all that stuff,
Right.
It was at the beginning of everything. So we used to go to the record store that was maybe 4 blocks away from the house, and he used to have a box full of the Net Zero CDs.
Mm-hmm.
And we used to go in there and we would rack up all those CDs just to get online on a Saturday, which was the only day he would allow us to get in. But we only looked at MSNBC and Yahoo.
But you were the type that made them uncomfortable because hold on, wait, god damn it, nigger. What do you mean you're trying to grow a brain and actually do things that we're over here? No. See, the problem with you black motherfuckers is that you got shows like A Different World and watching videos like Just the Two of Us by Chub Rock that actually makes you niggers want to go to college. So tell you what I'm gonna do. You go ahead and give me that computer and take this goddamn Nintendo. Go ahead and play with that, nigga.
See, at the library, you had them slides. You remember the track slides? They had the slides and the projectors at the library.
Yeah.
Then you got the old white
microfilm.
You had to look up the book. You had to know how to look up the book by the number. What was that called?
The card.
The index card. No, not the index card. The ISBN number, something like that. I forgot what it was called, but you had to know how to look up the number to find the book, know where to look for the book.
And then if you don't get the book back years later, they put that shit on your credit report.
Listen,
that shit like get your ass away from me.
They said that's what you get for trying to learn. That's what that was. That was a fee. Oh, this is the other thing. Now, I know y'all gonna agree with me with this. Remember, we learned how to read maps.
Yeah.
Oh man. Now, I swear to you, I'm not a GPS user. I'm just not. I love maps. My father was a driver. You know what I'm saying? So we always had maps. And before we went and took our trips and stuff, he would put the map out on the table. And I'm the youngest. I'm the baby girl. So I'm always up under my father. I'll be looking and seeing what he's talking about. My father always said, when you travel, you got to have your points of reference. Make sure you find your landmarks. And if you get lost, at least you have your landmarks. If you think you lost, you know where your landmarks are. You know how to get home. And so I look at people now, they drive and they walking. This is the craziness. They're walking and they need to pull out the phone to tap on a GPS to find their way. And I'm like, did you just come from another planet?
I look at it like this. You should not be afforded the luxury of having a GPS and using it unless you knew how to use a map. Now, if you know how to use a map, then that affords you the comfortability of the convenience of a GPS. But if you don't know how to do nothing but use a GPS, goes back to what I said about the vacuum cleaner. Nigga, you know what a broom look like?
Child.
When I first started driving trucks, we drove around we had to have a book bag with maps, the McNilly maps, street maps, and roadmaps. You know how to you had to open it up.
Yep.
Start with the letter on the top, go across,
Go across and go down.
Then go down.
We
Yeah.
have
A
to
lot
start with
You
like
know we
the
telling our
playful
age
thing.
up here. You know we
Playful
telling our
thing.
age up
You
here.
remember the World Wide Web when it just posted late, no browser?
Come
Man,
on, man.
Yeah, Miss Playful,
Hey,
no. Miss
before
Playful, no.
GPS, it was this thing called MapQuest.
No, before MapQuest, it was what was the other one? The other device. It was not the other device. There was another website. Oh man, it was MapQuest. It was something before MapQuest.
That's the one I remember was MapQuest, man.
Yeah.
But yeah, man, I just feel like don't get me wrong, a lot of different things as far as technology is concerned is mainly out of convenience.
Yes.
It's not nothing that we necessarily can't live without, more
I
so
agree.
than the comfortability of the convenience of it.
But who remembers a phone number right now? See, that's the downside, in my opinion.
I do, but that number has been off for at least about 35, 40 years.
You sound like me. You sound like me. I know certain phone numbers that have been around for 30 years. You can't forget it.
415-839-3981.
But that's the thing. Before you could, okay, I gotta call such and such. What's his number? No, it's 29. No, it's 89. No, it's 29. Okay, wait a minute.
You have the little black book.
You know it. You know your brain. You could hold that information. You retained it. Now, somebody gives you a number. Right away they'd be like, "Put it in your phone." You know, we used to find a piece of paper, a brown paper bag, a piece of tissue, whatever. Write it in the palm of your hand and try not to, remember to get somewhere where you can write the number down. Now, if you don't have your cell phone and somebody gives you the phone number, you can't retain that information.
I think a lot of it has to do with the fact that when they say ignorance is bliss, we can never miss what we didn't have. So we didn't have nothing. I mean, again, it goes back to just convenience. We didn't have that convenience. Like the biggest convenience that we had when we were children, because I'm sure we're all around the same age bracket, 70s, late 60s, 70s kids. The biggest convenience that we had was having our own phone line in our room. Like you was
a phone person.
All of it, if you had your own phone line.
Yeah. I never cared for the phone though. I was weird like that. Me,
if you had your own.
I was a beeper girl. I was a beeper girl. Yes.
Come on, man. I'm talking about the packed tails. I ain't talking about the lime green see-through with the slide off on the side.
I had them all. I'm not even gonna lie. I had a pink one. I had the black one. The black one was the hardest one of all. But being a female, you got to go with the lime green, the hot pink, the orange, the purple.
But we had authorities ain't know what we was doing. You was able to do a code on a beeper and turn the shit upside down.
That's right.
Come on, man. Come on, man. To this day, a lot of people don't know where 143 came from.
Yep.
And when you wanted to say what's up,
a lot of people don't know what
30770. That was hello. That was hello upside down. That was hello. I'm saying what's up. And you looking at the number like, who the hell is this? What he want?
And that's like when we had the burner phones, the Emerson phones, that all of a sudden they came out, them shit's legit.
Underwater boogie.
Dance burner phone. They made it legit. They came. They came out with Boost Mobile and
shit. Matrix for me.
Before they came out with Boost Mobile, they came out with the phone.
Man, come on, man. I can remember. Oh, now I remember one of the most indestructible cell phones of all time was that Nokia, that little blue Nokia.
I still got it. I'm gonna post it on my community board. I still got it.
You dropped that motherfucker off top of the Empire State Building.
It wouldn't break. Back then, the phone
Nokia was a door.
Shattered. The screen wouldn't crack. None of that shit.
Yeah.
I remember I had a Sony cell phone. I still got that one too. You had to pull the antenna out.
Yeah.
You had to pull the
No,
engine out, and it had the fat battery in the pack. Yeah.
Yeah, that big battery. Yeah, the battery.
Yeah, I had that. I still save my phones. All my phones, I have them. Classic.
No, what about the classic phone that was basically a whole ass phone with a looked like a backpack? The phone that Ice-T had on the High Rollers video.
That big ass phone there.
Uh-huh.
Oh man, yeah. Those you
Fast.
see, we had good. When you sit back and you look at it, you like, yo, because
The Motorola brick.
there was a whole culture with that. It was part of the culture. It was part of, it was kind of like, wearing well, here in New York, summertime, the most famous sneaker for men is the Air Force Ones, all white Air Force Ones. A man in New York City can wear Air Force Ones as long as they're all white and crisp. You can rock a pair for the entire summer and you fly to death. Long as them Air Force Ones,
California niggas, because we wear them in the winter too. Nigga jump out in the rain with them motherfuckers.
Hey, you know what? One pair of pants you bought, but you couldn't wash it on.
Levi's.
Them hardcore jeans. If you wash them, they had so many creases and lines in them. They done after that shit, man.
Oh, I thought you about the pants, man. No, Levi's. When you said because niggas in Cali had creased the shit out some Levi's. Nigga kick you and cut you at the same time.
Yeah,
them motherfuckers crease so sharp that you can jump out them motherfuckers and they'll stand in the corner and wait on your ass to get back.
Damn.
See, we had something like that, but when you wash them, they have their own creases. Oh, you could never iron them shits out. The pants is ruined after that, man.
Man, niggas had the 501s with the sewn in creases. Like them motherfuckers wasn't going nowhere.
No, we had them shit.
Used to wear the derby jackets with your name on the back and the World Cups and motherfucking the corduroy hats with the golf clubs on the front of the motherfucker.
Damn. Yeah, that's a whole nother culture right there.
Yeah, it is. It is. But we still did the same shit, like especially early hip hop days. I mean, everybody in the rest of America took cues from New York and what came out of that movement, because that's where the movement started. And eventually just adapted it to our own and incorporated that into it. But we still had the Travel Foxes and the Sauconys and the Lee Cop Sportifs and the, you know what I'm saying, the Gucci, not the
Tashinis and all of that.
The Valley Animals, and you know what I'm saying, the Wallabies and all that shit. Niggas had that shit too. But I would say for me, where I'm from, one of the most loved shoes outside of a Coke White Air Force is the Air Maxes.
Yeah. Oh hell yeah!
Now you go down Southern California. Now you in Chuck Taylor. You in Chuck Taylor country when you get to Southern California, though.
Okay.
Them niggas will rock some Chucks. I couldn't stand Chuck. Like out here, if you wore some Chucks, niggas was gonna tease the shit out your ass. It's like wearing some Pro Wings. You could call them motherfuckers bubble gums because the front of them looked like the foot was blowing a bubble out the front of them.
Yeah, I collect sneakers, so I got a couple of those, but I can't wear them though, man. They flat footed. I can't wear them.
Yeah, they flat. They too flat. I got leather ones. I collect sneakers too, and yeah, I have a few pair. And I tell you, when I wear them, I gotta get in the Uber and at the door and get back in the Uber to come home. I can't do no styling and profiling in them.
Nigga, if you put on some Chucks and some Dickies at the same time, you a gangbanger, whether you won't know it or not.
But them Air Maxes, that's one comfortable sneaker that Nike made. Oh, good God. Yeah, next to the Air Force Ones, those two are the most comfortable.
I still think the 95s is by far one of the most comfortable Air Maxes, but it's a few of them that I like, from the 720s. The 97s. It's a few different ones I like. I like the what's the names too, the Vapor Maxes.
Now I'm a Vapor Max head. Now that right there, that's my sneaker. That is really a comfortable sneaker. The Vapor Max, and the Vapor Max Plus.
This fish with these potatoes and the salad. Oh Lord have mercy.
I don't eat fish.
But yeah, man, the Air Maxes, That was one of the most popular shoes as far as Northern California goes.
Mm.
Of course, we know when it comes to New York or from the East Coast, the Timberlands is up there. I mean, shit, you don't get no snow in California like that.
Yeah.
I'll tell you one thing, you wear some Timbs, you come up to New York, New Jersey, you can't be your Timbs can't be beat up and they can't be leaning. Oh no.
I remember the
Oh,
time
yeah.
You
my
can't do
cousin
that.
flew me out the Silicon Valley, so I landed in LA. Shout out to Silicon Valley. And we was in Oakland at this it was a bar in Oakland and was on the water. It was a boat on the water. And that was the first time I had a drink called a Cadillac. And I was in
Kind of like margarita.
uh-huh. I was
Uh-huh.
it was a boat on the water in Oakland, and the dude was like asked me, like, yo, player, your feet ain't hot. I'm out there with some khaki shorts and some Timbs. And I was like, nah,
Y'all
man,
some boots.
we used
90
to
degrees outside.
I said, nah, man, we used to this, man. You know, I'm from Jersey. He was like, oh, I see why you got the Timbs.
Yeah.
I was and shit.
No, I'm gonna tell you what's funny. Like as far as a California nigga looking at something that I've seen somebody from the East Coast do that, I was like, man, that's some funny shit. Now that's some dedication. Is when niggas be wearing Timberlands while they hooping.
Oh yeah. You got those. You got those.
Like, nigga, that's another level of dedication, right? This nigga got a
You know why they put them on? You know why they hoop with Timbs? Because they already know. They coming for a fight, bro. They ready to stomp somebody out. They ain't out there for no reason.
Okay.
They ain't out there for they come to fight, man. They
basically play basketball the same way the Detroit Pistons did back in the nigga. We just came to fight and play a little basketball in the meantime.
As soon as you get fouled, they already know they come with them shits tied up.
That's wild.
They done that shit.
That shit looks wild as hell. This nigga playing basketball with some boots on. Well, I love it though, because if out here was exactly like out there or the Midwest, it reminds me of what the KRS One said on that song. Everyone be singing for the king. Am I wrong? Am I wrong?
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean? It's our diversity that makes us great, because nobody can do this shit like we do it.
Yeah, facts.
That's a fact.
You're right about that.
That's a fact.
We make the worst look good.
Yep.
Yeah.
We make the good look better.
That's a fact.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
We put the C in culture. Like we definitely put the C in culture, man, because
Yeah.
we'll say, oh, blacks ain't got, that's a damn lie, man. That's a lie. We some cultural people.
Name one culturally significant thing that black people didn't influence or start. I'll wait.
Man, we influenced everything.
The only thing you motherfuckers got, and we'll give that to you willingly, is because you couldn't compete in any other sport. It's shit like X Games.
Yeah.
Give you that. Like, fuck you, you black motherfucker. You play basketball better than me. You're better at football than me. The goddamn Latinos got baseball wrapped the fuck up. All right, well, let me see which one of you motherfuckers can jump out of the back of a plane with a surfboard on your feet.
Yeah, we ain't jumping. We ain't doing too much of that.
I watched him doing the X Games. He was coming low with a helicopter over a ramp. He slid out the ramp in a wheelchair, come flying out the helicopter, down
that shit's so crazy.
Down the other side of the ramp, spinning around. The crowd went bananas.
Calico, take it easy. Don't choke. Don't choke.
I'm keeping it real with you, man. Them some ballsy motherfuckers, boy.
Yeah, they do that.
I guess when you got an incredible healthcare plan, you can come take
man. That's just crazy. Not in a wheelchair, yo. I'm done. I'm done.
And when
done.
motherfuckers jump from space.
Yeah, they would jump. Jump.
This nigga was at the roof of the sky. Like, nigga, 20 feet up more, nigga, you gonna float off.
Damn.
And this nigga jumped
In
from
the
damn near
wheelchair? Yo, I'm done.
space.
Yeah, I see them.
He jumped from damn near space to a. He jumped from damn near space to the ground on some damn on some parachute skydiving shit. That's too extreme for black people. You
Yeah.
have that.
Nah, they
The
have
only thing that we're gonna do extreme like that is probably bull riding, like the rodeo shit. But that's about far as we take it.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's a crew. I think they in Texas. They got a all black crew, and right now they really they hurting the industry right now. And bull riders, they killing them. They really doing their thing on that. That's the first time I've seen that. They was like Tennessee,
Yeah,
Texas. They moving around. They got an all black rodeo team, and they really putting that work in.
man. My grandmother used to organize the Black Cowboy Parade in Oakland every year.
Mm.
My great aunt used to babysit Huey P. Newton.
Okay.
Oh yeah,
Mhm.
that's what's up. Now I see where you get it from, man.
So
Well, I
you
mean,
knew you knew I don't know if you've been to the black sector. I forgot what her name is. Oh man, I gotta get it. But she's supposed to be the daughter of I don't know if it's Huey P. Newton or is it I don't know if it's the daughter.
it's the only sector I ever been in.
Yeah,
And I
Okay.
didn't even know what the hell a sector was. Like, when my cousin was giving me the good, like, man, you gotta come fuck with this YouTube shit. All right. But he gave me a little bit of game. He was like, look, before you get on here, let's sit back in the cut and watch how motherfuckers move.
Right.
Seen the dirty
Very,
shit.
very good. Very
Taking
good.
niggas pictures and pictures of niggas' kids and putting eggplant emojis and niggas' daughters' mouths on their pictures. I seen all that. So when I got into it, all my shit was already closed and deactivated.
Good.
But I didn't know nothing about a sector. Like, I didn't know this was an East Coast sector and the Mo3 is a Texas sector and Clubhouse is a LA sector. Like, I didn't, nigga, it was just YouTube to me. So I just happened to stumble in on the East Coast sector by default, just fucking around with my cousin.
I'm trying to remember if the girl that's in the black sector, she's either related to Huey P. Newton or Fred Hampton. One of the two. She's in the black sector. And I can't remember her name. But
talks like Snoop Dogg. Let's play
From LA?
huh?
Are they from LA?
I'm not sure where she's from, but I believe she is from LA. I want to say she is, but don't quote me on that. But she's related to. I'm trying to. Is her name? It's not Sapphire. What the hell is her name on YouTube? I can't remember her name on YouTube, but I was a moderator for a content creator on that side of YouTube. And I remember them having a discussion, and she came up there and she was saying she was related to him. Now I don't think she's a cousin. I think I don't want to lie. I don't want to, tell you one thing and it turns out to be another. But yeah, she's related to one of the Black Panthers. Like I said, I don't know if it's Newton or Hampton, but it's one of them. And she came up there, she was talking, and she does a lot for the community, according to what she says. Wherever she's from in LA, she does a lot for the community, but she's on YouTube. She's a part of the black sector.
Okay. Yeah, see, like, I done came on here and tried to talk about shit like that. That's kind of like trying to talk about physics in a jailhouse. Nobody want to hear that shit.
Right. You conversations like that you can have. It has to be a certain age group. You understand what I'm saying? Because you get the younger ones, they're not trying to hear that shit. They're just not. They're already looking at us like old heads when we start talking about certain things.
But I got that on some of my lives. Like, nobody else was talking about Henrietta Lacks. Nobody else was talking about how 90%, 85% of what made the Black Panthers go was women, black women.
Right. Amen to that.
There was more black women behind the scenes that was putting in work.
Then
The men were soldiers.
Yeah.
But it was bigger than just being a soldier.
Mm-hmm.
Motherfucking breakfast, free breakfast and free lunch programs. Motherfucking Black Panther newspaper.
That's right.
All that shit came to an end August 89. I'm at my play brother house on 14th and Peralta. My hand to God. Everybody else in the house sleep. I'm an insomniac nigga because I know if I stay up later than everybody else, I got the Nintendo all to myself. I get up to go use the bathroom. Like 3 something in the morning. I lift up the toilet, start to piss. And literally right out, it sounds like it was down the block, but it sounds like it was literally right outside the window. I get 3 gunshots. 3 gunshots. Now I piss all over the back of the fucking toilet, all on the floor. I'm spooked because this shit sounded like it just went off right outside the window. 14th and Peralta to Cypress Village Projects is probably about 4 blocks. The next morning when I left my play brother house, right across the street from Prescott Elementary School and was walking back to the projects, I walked past motherfucking crime scene. Too young at the time to really care or know until I seen it on the news that was Huey P. Newton that I just walked past. I literally heard that man get killed.
That's some deep shit.
My hand to God.
Yeah, that's deep.
Man, and they know how to kill him. It's not their first time. Anytime that you got the leader of the FBI saying that the greatest national threat to national security are the Black Panthers. He didn't call them by their name. He didn't call them by their name. He said the Black Panthers when they were actually called the Black Panther Party for Self-Defense.
Exactly.
You don't fuck with me, we won't fuck with you. But if you think that you're going to fuck with us in front of us and we not gonna do shit, we all be some shooting motherfuckers up in here. That's what it was. And I felt the racism early. I can remember what it was like getting bounced out on by these fake ass police, jamming us up and shit, and motherfucker asking nigga, man, why y'all fucking with us? Oh, well, this motherfucker actually think he got the right complexion for affection.
Yeah, over there in LA, from what I remember in the late 80s, early 90s, you know, we had our situation over here. Like, I'm originally from Brooklyn, right? So, you know, I grew up in the 80s and 90s in Brooklyn. And I'm talking about it was so many shootouts that as a teenager, well, first of all, after the sun went down in the wintertime, the sun goes down over here like 4 in the winter. By 4 o'clock, 4:30. By 4:30 it's dark. If something happened after 4:30 in the hood, you wasn't seeing the cops until the next day. You see what I'm saying? And in the summertime, once 6 o'clock came around, you could forget that. It was a wrap. When them shootouts was going on and everything, it wasn't no police coming through. Not until the next morning. They was not coming into the hood until the light of day. And so I remember my summers being 13, 14, 15 when the streets was on fire. I'm talking about it was flaming. They have shootouts the night before. You know, we kids, we want to get out. We want to go to the park. We probably traveling up to somebody else's house to go hang out with them and hang out in their yard or go to the projects and see some of our school friends, whatever the case may be. And we got to walk through the neighborhood and it was so many bodies in the street. I'm talking about, it was to the point where the morgue would just come and put a sheet over the body. And the body would be out there almost 24 hours before they come and pick it up because the morgue was full. And we would walk past this. That's how I grew up. You know, so that was going on when I was growing up, but then we would turn on the TV and they would show us what was going on the West Coast. And, they would tell us that basically that y'all had it worse than we did, And I would say to myself, well, damn it, it's almost the same thing. Because y'all getting lumped upside y'all head over there. And over here, we got Yusuf Hawkins and what's the other boy? Michael, I forgot what his last name is, but both of them, they wind up getting deleted, by O'Fay. I'm going to use that word, by O'Fay. Because they wouldn't.
That's a throwback.
Yeah, that's a throwback, They
O'Fays, man.
Yeah, you already know. They wind up getting deleted by O'Fay because they were in the wrong part of town after dark. And this is in New York City. You understand me?
Mm-hmm.
And so, it's crazy. I grew up in the hood, but we still had Black Solidarity Day.
Mm-hmm.
I remember Black Solidarity Day. Everybody shut down. The kids got out of school early. And we really participated in that. When the little boy, Gavin Cato, up here on Eastern Parkway, he got hit by a small. I don't want to say that. The one that wear the discos.
Right. I got you.
Okay, he got hit by one of them, and Brooklyn, my neighborhood, went crazy. I'm talking about. Let me tell you, it was so bad. He ran back to their motherland that they trying to take from the other man. You understand what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
So I grew up during that era where it was real. I mean, it was some real shit going on.
Yeah. So like out here in Oakland, they had a police unit called the Oakland Riders.
Mm-hmm.
In LA, you had the infamous Crash Unit.
Okay.
The Rampart Division.
Mm-hmm.
Well, not only is they gonna bounce out and fuck you up and ask you questions later, if you a Crip, they gonna bounce out, fuck you up, put you in the car, and drop your ass off in the middle, not on the outskirts, in the middle of a blood neighborhood.
Yeah.
That's what you call third-party murder. I'm not gonna kill you. I'm just put you in a place where I know they will.
Yeah, I remember they were saying that. I don't know the structure of California like that, so I'll just say LAPD.
Mm-hmm.
Which police department was the most corrupt over there in California during the
LAPD and Oakland Police Department, Oakland and LA.
Okay, and that's where Rodney King, the whole Rodney King situation happened.
That's Southern California. That's down south of me.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean, you got to look at it like this, man. These motherfuckers were nothing short of gangs.
Yep, that's right.
They're gangs. They literally used to do shit like go get an undercover vehicle, like a van or some shit.
Mm-hmm.
Put on all red with red bandanas on and drive through a Crip neighborhood, yell out another nigga's hood, and start shooting and kill motherfuckers, and then wait on that hood to go retaliate against the other people.
But now look, now look at what you just said, right? I can absolutely believe that because it's all a part of the agenda, right? It's all a part of the plan. But now look at the structure. This is where when I hear people on YouTube, they talk that talk and they think they're doing something. I try my best not to get in the mix of none of that because I'm from a different generation. You know what I'm saying? You don't get up here, you don't talk about a lot of things. For what reason? What's the point? You know what I'm saying? It's the quiet ones you got to be careful with, not the loud ones. The loud ones ain't gonna do nothing anyway. You know? I think just people get up here out of frustration and they just want attention so bad they just be talking just to be talking. But back to what I was saying, the whole structure of the police department is no different than the slave wranglers, the runaway slave wrangler. It's no different.
The origins of the police department.
Exactly. So, and this is my other thing when it comes to police and criminals, right? So Here you have the police. He's trained and taught the law, how to work within the law to catch a criminal, right? To catch a criminal. And once he catches the criminal, he can arrest the criminal. Why? Go ahead.
Oh no, from that point, all they got to do is leave it up to the judicial system to bring them back to the other side of that 13th Amendment.
There you go.
The loophole.
Now, before we even get to all of that, why do you allow yourself to get caught?
Some niggas just ain't good criminals.
That's my point. That's my point right there. If you gotta get caught, if you're getting caught, you're not a good criminal, because then you're not making them work for it.
Man, my OG told me that jail was not built for niggas that's good at getting away. Jail was built for 3 types of niggas: niggas that was in the wrong place, the wrong time, motherfuckers that got snitched on, and motherfuckers that ain't good criminals.
That's a fact, and that was a smart person right there.
You know the whole crazy thing about it is that now they got 2 different type of prison systems. You got the federal prison, and you got privatized prisons. The privatized right now is fighting the state level because they say they're not getting enough prisons inside their cells, and that shit crazy. And your privatized prisons is wrapped up under I forgot the name of it, but you have like it'll come to me. You'll have Walmart, you have Target, you will have Bell Atlantic,
Jay-Z.
you have all of you. If Jay plus, you will have what's the boxer name that Evander Holyfield.
Yeah, all these motherfuckers are investors into these private prisons.
Ain't that some shit?
Private prisons, and the thing is that when they ain't full, they start picking. That's like down with Trayvon Martin. When Trayvon Martin got full, people was wondering why Walmart didn't want to back it because Walmart is under the privatized prison. Under that, they under that.
No, Walmart just backed out of the DEI deal too.
It's called Alex. That's what it's called. It's called Alex. That's exactly what it's called. A lot of them is under that. And they was trying to pull away from that shit. So when Trayvon Martin, mother and them found out they was going to sue, oh, we ain't got nothing to do with that. We not under that act no more. We not under Alex no more. But there was a special on, I forgot what was a special. I found it on YouTube where they was at a congressional meeting and the white guy was breaking down the word Alex. And a lot of them big corporations was trying to pull away from it, but they were so hard and invested into it that they couldn't run from it. But a lot of people don't really look into this shit. They just think that it's just one thing. No, it's something bigger than that. These big corporations, they invested in privatized prisons and they put a lot of money in that shit.
Do you think that a musician can become a high multi-million / billionaire just by the records that they sell? Hell no.
Hell no.
Hell no.
No. Nah.
That's like saying that Michael Jordan became a billionaire because that's what the Bulls paid him. He made way more money from his endorsements than he ever did for playing for the Bulls.
Exactly.
Right.
And some of your favorite celebrities, one of their streams of income is making sure that motherfuckers like us stay locked up.
That's a fact.
And they what their best they best phrase, it ain't personal, just business.
And at the same time, carefully constructing their persona publicly to make sure you never have no fucking clue that they're behind it too.
Yep.
Yeah.
Think about that when you're listening to that murder music.
And I'm gonna tell you what else too. On that special, when people run around here and say, well, child support, for example, child support is under the ALEC Act also. So now with child support, let's say like right now, right? If you go to court for child support is being administrated by Lockley Martin. And it's one more. They make defense arms for the United States. You got Donald Trump and all of them invested into this shit to Lockley Martin. So if you go to court for child support and you get a letter in the mail, most of the time your sheriff department, they not coming to get you because the judge say come to get you because it got flagged in the system. Once it get flagged in the system, then they let the sheriff department know to come pick your ass up. Child support is being administrated by Lockley Martin that made armored defense vehicles.
Make airplanes, a whole bunch of shit.
Yeah, and it's one more I forgot. That came about when I really started watching this shit. There was a little Mexican kid in Texas that was very smart, and he was being beat up by his mother boyfriend. When when he ended up dying, then they started following the ball. The ball was dropped by CPS. CPS pointed at the system. The system pointed at the father, but the father was already in prison for life. Then it went to how much he owed child support. Then it went from that to the administration who administrate the child. And then it just started getting bigger and bigger and bigger into the bigger corporations that got their hand in this shit.
Because a lot of this shit is deceptive, a big ass deceptive web. I mean, come on. The main motherfuckers that's against the main people that's against abortion, for instance, right? Is the people that's ultra conservative. But the same motherfuckers that's against abortion are the same motherfuckers that cry their ass off about the goddamn welfare system. Now, this woman just told you that she is in no position, financially, mentally, or otherwise, to take care of a child. And you said, but the life of the child is what matters. So you gotta have that baby. Now, you kind of just had to say that as a blanket statement, but it was really meant towards white women because white people have the lowest fucking reproduction rate in this country.
And you know why they got it back? Why they're pushing them out like they are, right?
Keeping these people. No, they definitely not pushing them out like they used to.
No, but well, I'll say,
ladies and gentlemen, you take
city,
something like Roe versus Wade. Right?
Huh?
You're in the Matrix. Well, go ahead. I was just going to say, and I'll land on this. Roe versus Wade has been around since the 1970s. And after 50 years, they took this law off of the book once they got the courts all in place, the people in the Supreme Court, the people that they needed to put in place there to be ultra-leaning right, conservative, hardline conservatives leaning to the right. Now that that's in place, you can take this law off the books that's been sitting here for over 50, just a little over 50 years. Because it came onto the books in the 1970s. People, listen to me. The Civil Rights Act got signed in the 60s.
Right.
Which is only 5 to 7 years late before. If you think that these motherfuckers won't try to test the waters to see what they can do to pull back that, they're already doing it. They're already doing it right now. They're calling, they use these boogeyman phrases like DEI. Before it was DEI, what was it? CRT. They're teaching our children how to hate it, how to hate each other. They're teaching it in kindergarten. This was a theory in college. That wasn't even a set fucking part of curriculum. It was just a theory. But when you talk about the replacement theory, that's what motivated that white boy to get inside his car and take that AR-15 up there to Buffalo to that all-black supermarket and start shooting everybody in that motherfucker.
And you know who he wind up deleting in that supermarket, right? There was a melanated brother in there that was creating. He didn't have the patent for it.
Oh, you're talking about the one that was making Yeah, he was building motors that you could run water.
that would be running on
Oh
water.
yeah,
And he
I
got
never knew that.
deleted. Yep,
Yeah.
he got deleted in that shootout, and he never got the patent to that creation that he
Mm.
created. So we can go somewhere with that if we wanted to, but I think we understand where that's at right there. But I wanted to say something to make a point to something that you said, and I kind of got sidetracked. But carry on; it'll come back to me.
Well, if you don't think those laws can be manipulated and switched
Oh,
around,
that's what it was. I had a question for you
hmm
because you mentioned the Civil Rights Act.
hmm
This is a question I have for people when they talk about the Civil Rights Act. When did melanated people become Democrats?
right around the time that act got signed,
Mm,
because it was signed by a Democrat who was actually Lyndon Baines Johnson, who was from Texas, and they thought, well, he's a good old boy, he's gonna stick with us, and he didn't, and he signed that in the act, and that's when you had the great party switch, and all of the conservatives went from the Democratic side to the Republican side, and vice versa.
And I always told people go back to Franklin D. Roosevelt. No, I'm sorry, Teddy Roosevelt.
Mhm.
Go back to Teddy Roosevelt. When you do the history with Teddy Roosevelt, he was running against another Republican.
Mhm.
He was a Democrat.
Mhm.
Teddy was a Democrat. The other guy was a Republican, and he was a member of the KKK. Now we're
You
talking.
was?
Yeah, his running mate was a member of the KKK. We're talking about Teddy Roosevelt. He's the
Okay.
one that created the whole welfare system, the USDA. All of that came out of Teddy Roosevelt. Now, the plan with Teddy Roosevelt was being as you had a lot of sharecroppers during that time, right? So
That was FDR, baby. If you're talking about the
it's
great,
FDR. I had said FDR. It was
mhm.
FDR.
You said Teddy.
I said Teddy.
hmm
Okay,
Teddy
well,
was around in the 1800s. That's why I was like, hold on,
yeah,
that's
yeah,
way.
yeah, yeah. FDR. I knew it was one of the two. I knew it was one
No,
of
I
the two.
got you. They both Roosevelts.
But anyway, out of that was born the USDA. Out of that was born a lot of agencies. They were in their infancies. The
hmm
USDA was created, and you know what the incentive was? The benefit to the USDA being born out of FDR was that the USDA was giving the sharecroppers the feed for the animals and for the land that they were renting from the landowners, which were Ofe. You understand what I'm saying? So
hmm
now here you have this man that creates this network of possibility for those that are descendants of slaves. These people are still working in the fields. They're still working in the fields. They're still working in the houses. They're still washing the clothes. They're still taking care of the children. Look, my grandmother was working in somebody else's house while her sisters were taking care of her children. You see what I'm saying? She was ironing their clothes and taking care of their kids and doing all of that while her sisters were taking care of her children and their children. And they were working on the land that they were living on, but they were getting the incentives from the USDA, and they would go. My uncle would go into town and get the bags of feed and get whatever it was that they needed for the land for free, and all of that came out of to get the black vote. I tell people all the time, our people have been Democrats long before the civil rights movement. Our people have been Democrats long before then. The difference is that it became more evident. It was signed. It was a whole movement, a whole nother movement that came out of the civil rights movement, which we proudly became Democrats. And we were boisterous about it. We were happy. We were noticed. But it was a long time coming. The seeds were planted years before.
Yeah, well, it definitely had a lot to do with just getting our vote, just like
It
the
always is. Our
opposite.
vote counts. Without us,
The
they can't do nothing.
is that when you ask somebody what is the mission statement, what when one asks is the Ku Klux Klan for, what is your mission statement? What are you here for? Why were you invented? The answer to that question is simply, and I mean, if you need any more proof, all you got to do is go back and watch the movie Mississippi Burning. The suppression of black votes.
Mm-hmm.
We're here to scare you motherfuckers into not voting, because in there lies the power. So when I hear people be like, "Man, voting ain't shit. Voting don't mean shit," they already know who they're gonna pick. I don't know if that's necessarily true, because then it's illogical to me. If they already know who the pick is, they already got it in the bag.
Okay, I'm gonna
Why
read you
the fuck
something.
would they spend so much goddamn money, time, and effort in order to either garner someone's vote or to block or try to stop someone from voting, suppress someone from voting? It's too much effort put into it for you to say that, oh, there's nothing to see here.
Okay, I want to read you something, and I'm gonna cite the sources: digitalhistory.uh.edu. The name of what I was talking about a few minutes ago was called the New Deal.
Yeah, the Great New Deal.
Right.
That's how
So
we talk about Teddy. I mean,
until
my fault. Go ahead.
Franklin D. Roosevelt. Until the New Deal, blacks had shown their traditional loyalty to the party of Abraham Lincoln by voting overwhelmingly Republican.
Republican, yeah.
By the end of Roosevelt's first administration, however, one of the most dramatic voter shifts in American history had occurred. In 1936, check this out, some 75% of black voters supported the Democrats. Blacks turned to Roosevelt in part because his spending programs gave them a measure of relief from the Depression, and in part because the GOP had done little to repay their earlier support. Still, Roosevelt's record on civil rights was modest at best. Instead of using New Deal programs to support civil rights, the administration consistently bowed to discrimination. In order to pass major New Deal legislation, Roosevelt needed the support of Southern Democrats. Time and time again, he backed away from equal rights to avoid antagonizing Southern whites. And of course, they talk about his wife, Eleanor. She did take a public stand in support of civil rights, but most New Deal programs discriminated against blacks. See? Most of them discriminated, but it gave them relief when it came to food. It was about the food.
Right.
You understand me?
Bare minimums.
Yes.
There was a lot of arm twisting with JFK, and he was just about to do it before he got killed. Some would say, arguably, that's the reason why he got killed, but he wasn't just on board with motherfucking gung-ho for no civil rights, but he knew he had to for those votes.
Right. Now, look, furthermore, now I'm skipping over a little bit. Okay, so it says the NRA, for example, not only offered whites the first crack at jobs, but we're talking about the NRA, okay? Offered whites the first crack at jobs, but authorized separate and lower pay scales for blacks. The Federal Housing Authority refused to guarantee mortgages for blacks, which is what I was talking about earlier with the redlining, who tried to buy in white neighborhoods, and the CCC maintained segregated camps. Furthermore, the Social Security Act excluded those job categories blacks traditionally filled. So how you gonna move anywhere? How you gonna move forward or backwards on the board? The story in agriculture was particularly grim, since 40% of all black workers made their living as sharecroppers and tenant farmers. The Agricultural Adjustment Administration acreage reduction hit blacks hard. White landlords could make more money by leaving land untilled than by putting land back into production. As a result, The AAA's policies forced more than 100,000 blacks off the land in 1933 and 1934. Even more galling to black leaders, the president failed to support an anti-lynching bill and a bill to abolish the poll tax. And I'm going to just leave it at that. I don't want nobody to feel like they're in school. Okay, you listen. Hey, Diamond. Go ahead, Uncle. I'm sorry.
This is this is the most history they ever gonna get on any channel.
You never lied.
You ain't learned nothing nowhere. You gonna learn this shit tonight.
I took him to school tonight. You gonna learn, damn it. You gonna learn.
You gonna learn today.
I'm trying to tell you, you gonna learn today.
You gonna learn today.
But you know, these conversations you can only have with certain people. These conversations are not for everybody. Calico say he'll be back. He just he rolling up.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to chop this video up in sections.
Yeah, definitely. It's a lot.
It's a lot, yeah, and it's a lot.
But it's informative.
It is.
Huh?
I said, no, we're gonna take it there with their ass, man, on this good Sunday evening. Yeah, we're gonna get high. We're gonna get high stewardess and deep in the school of fish, man.
But you know, these are the things that a lot of people don't really it's like what's that effect called, the butterfly effect, where you kind of remember that it happened, but they tell you it didn't happen. Is that correct?
That's the Mandela effect.
The Mandela effect. Thank you.
Hey, Damon.
And so that's what happens with history. That's what happens with history.
And the crazy part is that a lot of these states now is trying to push it out the window, but they still want you to. They don't want you to forget the Holocaust.
Oh,
they want you to forget everything that happened over us. Even Florida is kicking out of schools.
Mm-hmm.
But with all of that,
they will get 100. They will get 100% offended if you say, "Well, the people who were led by the dude with the funny mustache, they only killed up that many people, or they only erased that many people because they were just doing their job." How dare you say that?
Yeah.
Well, how dare you say? Well, it was more blacks selling slaves to blacks than slaving black people than it was white. Shut the fuck up.
Exactly.
Don't talk that motherfucking Dahomey shit to me. Don't talk that shit to me about how black people in Africa were selling slaves to white people without understanding first why and how it was perpetuated to begin with. When African tribes went to war, they took slaves as prisoners of war, worked their ass for a certain period of time, and then let them go back to their family, or they kept them in indentured servitude.
Right.
However, chattel slavery is a whole nother ball game.
That's
and what they did is that for some of those prisoners that you have, give them to us, and we'll give you alcohol in this wooden stick that has fire come out of the end of it, and it will help you win every war. Okay, right. So now this motherfucking African tribe leader got this goddamn gun, which has never been seen in this country, and this is going to make him one of the. Nobody else has a gun, so what war is he
warrior of all the continents?
Yeah. He's not going to lose a war. So you know what that's going to do? That's going to incentivize him to want to go and get more land, grow his kingdom, take more prisoners. And if I give these prisoners to these white people that keep coming with these fire sticks and this alcohol, then they'll give me more fire sticks and alcohol. So don't just act like it was some motherfucking Africans trying to find Europeans to sell slaves to.
Right.
That's a lie. That shit is about as true as Christopher Columbus discovering America. Well, what the fuck are Native Americans then? Furthermore, he never even touched the fucking continent of North America. He died in Bermuda. He never even made it there. The first European, if I'm not mistaken, I could be wrong, but one of the first Europeans to make it to America was Ponce de Leon. And he was looking for the fucking fountain of youth.
And didn't he come here before Old Boy?
Man,
allegedly, supposedly, we'll never know.
See, they already threw it in our face a couple of years ago when Obama was in. What the white man say? We gave y'all a black president. Why y'all mad?
I remember one of them saying that
Uh-huh.
you can't give us nothing.
Yeah.
Give us
And
nothing.
that's how they feel to this day. That's
Good
how they
night.
feel.
Well, I'll tell you what, I'll tell y'all what, for those who think that, we gave you.
Listen, let my ex say,
Do your
tell it.
history, do your research, find out where the oldest fucking remains of human beings come from. Let's talk about why you're really mad. Let's talk about why you're really jealous. You know, the thing that you tend to get the most upset about is the one thing that you know, no matter how hard you try, you can never be. All you ever do is imitate. Go ask the Jackson 5 about the motherfucking Osmonds. Couldn't have the Jackson 5.
All right, there you go.
Go and ask New Edition about New Kids on the Block.
All the time.
Go and ask motherfucking Usher. Go ask Usher about Justin Timberlake. Hell, go ask Nicki Minaj about Iggy Azalea. Do I need to keep going?
Who would be the comparison of Britney Spears? Who was that? Who would be the Britney Spears? It was somebody that would be the.
It would be an Aaliyah or a Maya or another pop singer like that.
It was Aaliyah or Maya. You're right.
Mm-hmm.
Christina Aguilera. Christina Aguilera would have been Maya, and Britney Spears would have been Aaliyah.
Well, I mean, at the end of the day, man, it kind of brings me back to that speech that I heard by Malcolm X when he kept saying, "Who taught you that your lips were ugly? Who taught you that your hair was ugly? Who taught you that your thighs was too big? Who taught you that your breast was too big? Who taught you that you know what I mean?" And it's the same motherfuckers that's trying to emulate you at the same time that they're trying to degrade you.
It's crazy, Calico. It's crazy that now.
You think they're going to go get fat injected in their lips for the quote unquote pouty look? No, it's for the African American look. It's for the African look.
They're mimicking us, literally.
Exactly.
And then they mimic us and turn around and got the audacity to try to throw shade, try to downplay us. Are you freaking kidding me? Listen, I'm dragging a wagon. I ain't no shame in my game. I get it naturally. So when I see sisters out here that have whatever it is their body composition is, I'm like, sis, you know what? You don't even have, for me, you don't have to do that. It's unnecessary. You know why? Because we how much more exotic can we become? We are exotic by nature.
That self-esteem rabbit hole is a whole nother other smother.
I'm trying to tell you, I be looking like
these women are imitating what's imitating them.
Exactly.
You don't need breast augmentation. You don't need ass injections.
You don't need none of that. You don't need none of that.
Why these women that's not like you do that? Because they know that's what their men are attracted to. Just like the men know what their women are attracted to. They're not attracted to each other.
No, they never have been.
They're attracted to us.
You know that, right? They never have been attracted to one another.
Black women have the unique features that a white woman you will not have them. And black men, for white women, well, we pack around this nightstick that tends to make them obey the law. It's those things and those characteristics that further fuels their spite and their disdain for what can you imagine wanting so bad to hit the moon, but no matter how hard you throw a rock, you're not getting past the top of the fucking house, let alone out of space to the moon.
I'll tell you. That's a struggle within a struggle.
That's not our fault. Excuse us for being original.
Children of the sun. We children of the sun. The sun is you can't cover the sun. The sun is going to shine regardless. And to live an entire existence trying to dim somebody's natural light is insanity.
Well, that's why they call them the grafted people, because they say that black is full of all colors and white never was until they grafted the negative.
Well, I tell you one thing. Let my ex say it. His grandfather used to say, "Old Faye was created by some shit and some nut, put it in the table. I mean, put it in the oven and ta-da, there they go."
This BT brother from North Carolina, right? He told me years ago. He said, "You go white, your credit right. You lose white, you lose the house." And I used to always say, "What the hell you just say to me?"
No, you know what? Proper money management means that you're gonna have okay credit. Goddamn, don't take you to go. Ain't no race save you from no. I know white motherfuckers with fucked up credit too.
Yeah, but he said, I know, but he said once you leave white, you lose the house.
Mm-hmm.
Pretty much saying is that you get away from that, they're gonna take everything you fucking got. So stay with you want, stay with your own kind.
You better believe it. I mean, look at how America worked. Once slavery ended and slavery was abolished, the only motherfuckers that ended up getting reparations was the slave owners.
Uh-huh. Exactly.
Let's not be fooled. They got reparations. We got promised reparations.
Right. Promise.
That's the same as right
What
now.
is a promise? A comfort to a fool.
That's the same as right now. When farmers don't grow what they supposed to grow because of bad weather,
they get compensated.
Yeah, they get paid for all of that.
Mm-hmm.
But the workers don't get it done. It still like
ain't that something?
That's why they got the credit union. They get paid, the workers don't get shit.
If the person is if the person has a smartphone in his hand, then I hope that the person that's holding this is just as smart as the phone, if not smarter. Lord help us, because we don't need it.
Because most of them go to jail. Most of them go to jail to get the phone back, bro.
Yeah, no bullshit. Like right now, in this era, you ain't got to pull off one belt to discipline no kid. Cut that goddamn Wi-Fi off.
That's it. That's all it takes. That's all it takes.
Yeah.
I have a black hole in this motherfucker. You won't be able to use shit. You'll be really lost in the matrix, motherfucker.
Yeah. It's crazy because that Wi-Fi cuts up on its own and you ain't got no money to pay that bill. You be in that thing losing your mind, bro.
Ain't that something?
All I can do is be glad that my kids were born in the early 2000s and in the 90s. I'm good with that. They caught the very last edge of the last of a dead breed. It ain't even dying no more. It's so fucking dead.
Yeah. Things have changed.
Unfortunately. Yeah. All we can do is just hope for the ones that do get it, because I don't care how much the odds are against you and how much the crowd may lean to one side. There's going to always be some ones that go against the grain. Mm-hmm. It's always going to be that one wobbly wheel on the fucking shopping cart, right? So, right. We got to speak to them, and then they speak to the ones that's of their age bracket. And maybe all I got to do is if I can sit in the room with 20 youngsters and only convince 2 of them, and those 2 can go get 20 on their own, and out of them 40, they can get 6. Hey, man, each one teach one, and the rest ain't going to be nothing but fuel for the fire. But the sad part is, who made the book Huckleberry Finn? What's the cat name? Or Tom Sawyer. Mm-hmm. Tom said, and this is a real ass fucking quote, especially in today's climate. It is easier to fool somebody than it is to convince them that they've been fooled. I'll say that again one more time for people in the back. It's easier to fool somebody than it is to convince them that they've been fooled.
Now, I'll tell you one thing. You need to blow horn with that because that's on the internet every day, bro.
Man, don't let it go to your head now.
Now let me ask y'all something, and I wanted to ask this question earlier. What y'all think about them drones that were flying over Jersey?
I don't know.
Mark Twain, that's his name. What I think is what they already know.
Yeah.
That's what I think. I think they already know. So while they sitting around on these news cameras and they motherfucking shoulders got the hiccups, acting like they don't know what the fuck was going on, they know damn well what's going on.
I did a video a couple years ago. I think Grizz Moolah was live when I did the video. And they had a big object. It had to be around no more than 2:30, 3 o'clock, just sitting up there floating down there by the Passaic River in North. North been getting sightings on shit like this. This ain't nothing new for Jersey. They've been getting this crazy stuff.
Right. We see the same shit.
Now they calling it drones and shit.
Mm-hmm.
They know what it is.
Yeah, they're saying that it was drones. I'm looking at it right now, and their Associated Press. Hold on.
Drones as big as cars and trucks.
Yeah.
They were saying that one of the drones had followed a ship. It was like 30 of them had followed one ship, one Coast Guard ship.
I've been hearing reports that they coming from China. I've been hearing reports like it's, back in the days they said you can hide information under lock and key. You can put information in a safe or you can hide it away. But with so many different ways to get around that, especially like I said, living in the age of information, with so much information is readily available, the only way to really hide it is to stack a whole bunch of false information, millions of pieces of false information directly in the middle of the real information, and hope you get lost in the fog. Which is going to oversaturate you with information to where you don't even know where the fuck you coming or going.
You're right about that.
By the time we figure it out, nigga, y'all gonna say Michael Jackson just picked up Prince on the back of a motherfucking drone and they flying over they flying over the Empire State Building right now, finna go break R. Kelly out of jail. There's gonna be some motherfucker that's gonna believe it, unfortunately.
Yeah, they're gonna believe it.
God bless him. And you wonder why I call my shit the Rare Sense Show.
And they said that they arrested 2 people in Boston for flying drones over Boston's airport. Yeah. So,
sounds like reconnaissance to me.
Yeah. Let me see.
I think when it comes to our community, it has to be a balance between the scholars and the soldiers. And we got to run our community the same way that a nation runs its government. It's good for the Martin Luther Kings, but it's also good to have the Malcolm X's, meaning that and that's what Professor X and Magneto represented. For those who want to know a little bit about the X-Men history, that's where that whole thing came from. It's a time for what do you call it? Diplomacy. I'll use that word. But when diplomacy has broken down and all negotiations have failed and you don't have a military option, shit. Hey, if you fighting a man with a gun and you ain't got a gun, you ain't got a chance. But you can't let the military side run the show because them niggas will get overzealous. They get overzealous, man. But it has to be a balance. Thug niggas and hood niggas and street niggas ready to go shoot them up, bang, bang, ain't for every situation. It's kind of like an iron fist with a velvet glove. That's I got that from the Robert Greene book. It's funny that you mentioned him. I'm going into the 50th law probably later on this week or next week, but I just finished up The Art of Seduction.
Okay.
That's one of my favorites so far by him.
Mine is the one with human behavior, human nature. That one right there. The chapter that I'm on is the law of narcissism.
Mm.
And
Yeah, I'll have to check that one out next too.
let me tell you something. That one, I had to read the first 2 chapters over because I was like, what the hell? Not that I didn't understand it, but it was just so like pow in your face.
Right.
Like, oh, I have to go back and read this again. So yeah, I'm a reader. I love to read.
And see, I'm not gonna cap. I'm not gonna sit up here and act like I'm no avid reader. You're not gonna find Calico at Oprah's book club. But
no.
I picked up some books in my life, goddamn.
I read, like, okay, I think earlier in the chat I had typed in, you were mentioning certain behavior aspects of, you know, what we find in our communities and our families, the way that we deal with one another, so on and so forth. And I had mentioned keys to the colors, keys of
right.
Francis Cress Wilson. You know, a lot of that is like spot on. Some people would say it's a lot of pseudo, but when you really sit down and you break it down and you look at how, you know, you deal with trauma, right? Trauma is inherited. Trauma can be inherited. And when we understand that, I think that will help the healing begin, because we've taken on aspects of that are outside of our nature we've taken aspects that are outside of our nature and we've allowed them to become part of our culture, part of our day-to-day lives. You know, it's like when you have a job and you go out into the world, you come home and you leave the job at the job, but you come home to your family. You know, a lot of us don't do that. We bring everything into our homes, into our lives, into our relationships, and a lot of that is not ours to walk around with. It's just not. And what happens?
A lot of different things when it comes to shit like
yes.
Some of us, and I stress some of us.
Yes, some of us
will be a grown man seeing a 3-year-old cry and saying, "Man up, little nigga."
and that's crazy to me. 3 years old, you telling him to man up? Like what? Let that baby cry.
Roll that motherfucking crying, nigga. Man up, nigga.
Why you putting your you know, your what's the word? Please, somebody help me, because I'm having a brain fart right now.
Bravado.
Yeah, you're putting that on a child, and he trying to suck it up because you telling me to be a man. I'm a try. You know, like, come on, it's a child. Let him be. I see that.
You don't want to hear all that motherfucking crying, nigga. Nigga, go do some push-ups.
That don't even sound right. I have to run away with my child. Like, oh hell no! I'm out of here. I'll be running away with my child. Oh hell no! You want to raise a monster, and that
nigga gonna be 7 with a beard.
An emotionally unattached child. Can you imagine? That's a narcissist. You're raising a narcissist. You're raising a narcissist.
Nigga 13 years old. That nigga hairline gonna be received.
I would say he's gonna say, break yourself. Break yourself. Yeah, that's crazy. I can't believe
God damn. That nigga gonna be 14, crazy. Looking old as fuck in the face. At 14, only words you're gonna hear that come out of his mouth. Now, damn it, Florida, I'm trying to save for the bills now.
Yo, I'm done. Yo, that's crazy. But that's a good example right there that you made. You know, I've seen that, and I go, what? Has this nigga lost his mind? To a 3-year-old baby in the stroller, just going, you know that the baby.
Shut up, or I'll make you walk.
10 times out of 9, the baby's spoiled, you know, or maybe just want to be held. Maybe just want to be held. Maybe he just wants you to pick him up and give him a little bit of love, maybe a kiss, maybe a hug. He wants that connection. He wants
love, that. Nigga, my love is buying you some milk. Fuck all that. Man up, nigga. Just looking out of the window, watching the asphalt glow.
And you know, that's exactly how they probably look at it. Like, I bought you some milk. What do you mean love? That's love right there. You got some Pampers on. You got your milk.
What's a hug, nigga? Let's arm wrestle. I'm fucking around, y'all.
No, but that's how it be. That's how it be, man. Like I be saying to myself, like, wow, really? With a baby?
Yes, wow.
Just imagine when the child was born. Giving them the rundown. Now look here, ain't no crying. You ain't gonna be talking back. I don't want to hear peep out of you, okay?
Well, see, I try to tell people it's a difference when it comes to children. It's a difference between crying and whining.
There is.
Like I don't care about a baby whining. Now, if that baby's crying, then that deserves my attention because that baby ain't gonna. I can tell the difference between a whine and a cry.
You know what breaks my heart? Like I said, I never had kids, but I have a lot of nieces and nephews. You know when they cry and they're little, they're babies, and they cry, and they really, really crying, like they start they do the breathing, oh man, yo, I turn into oh my God, I will cry with the baby. I will cry.
Oh, yeah, they'll run your ass over.
When they doing that,
you gonna be letting their ass stay up to 4 o'clock in the morning.
My sisters used to be like, my brother used to be like, yo, what are you doing? I'm like, yo, leave me alone. Right now, this is my baby. Get out of here. And the baby be holding on to me.
We would have been plotting on your ass. We was some bad motherfuckers. Be like, watch this. I'm gonna go out there and I'm gonna hyperventilate.
For that. My mother used to tell me, she used to be like, when you become a mother, I used to be like, I'm not becoming a mother. She said, well, I'm letting you know right now. You have kids, they gonna run you because you are soft as hell. She used to be shocked. I couldn't do that. I could not. I would cry with the baby.
Kids do not understand the concept of taking advantage. They will take it and break it. They going past the limit. They gonna take it as far as you let them.
I was a sucker, but see, the flip side to me is this. So my siblings would leave their children with me, right? And my niece, she was the first one to tell me, she was like, Auntie, you don't have no kids because you mean. I was like, yeah, I'm mean. She's like, yeah, you mean. All right, go to bed. It'd be 2 o'clock in the morning. I'm telling me 2 o'clock in the afternoon. I'm sending her to bed. Anybody else got something they got to say?
Go to bed.
Everybody go to bed.
That's like a jail sentence to get. Take your ass to bed.
No, listen, even my girlfriends, they would, it was so bad. The kids would, kids talk. Yo, my girlfriends would be like, all right now, you keep fucking around, we're gonna send you over to her house. No, I don't want to go to sleep. I don't want to go to sleep.
See, I'm a bad mother. I would have been plotting on your ass, like, look, she's soft, y'all. I would have been telling my other cousins, look, she's soft, y'all. When we go out there, you start crying and you start hyperventilating. I'm gonna go out there with the patented bottom lip shaking cry. Because there's a difference. That bottom lip starts shaking.
There is a difference. There is a difference. Because it depends on the age. It depends on the age and what the reason was. You see what I'm saying? I'm talking about when they babies, little, like.
I was diabolical as a kid. I was a little smart.
Once you start walking, once you could talk back and you get popped and you play that, you gotta eat that. Like for real. Unless, it was a certain level of severity where I'm like, damn, I feel bad for him. Come here, yo, come sit next to me. I'll save you. That type of thing. Because I have nephews, But for the most part, if they babies and them tears start coming down and they start hyperventilating, forget it, deals off. Don't hit them no more. Don't yell at them no more. I got it. I'll take care of it. They my baby for the day. That was me.
That shit would work with my dad, but my mom, she used to have one ready for my ass. And I used to think I had her this time. I'll go in there, let me have the smallest whelp from my ass. I'm going, man, see what you did to my arm right here. She gonna look at me and say, "Oh, baby, I'm so sorry. Your little ass shouldn't have been acting so goddamn bad, and I wouldn't have had to whoop your ass."
You said your mom was a Libra, right?
Yeah.
So that part of you is Libra. That's the dramatics is Libra, straight up and down. That's Libra.
I was in there trying to get my Denzel on. She wasn't fucking with me.
Quill. Me and Quill got the same birthday. Me and him got the same birthday. We both Libras.
Oh yeah.
Yep.
You and Quill.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, y'all little triple beam ass motherfuckers. If it don't balance out, somebody get fucked up.
It smell like shit. It ain't right. Something ain't right. It just don't sit right.
Yeah, man. You know, I'm a hardback, man. I'm a shell, man. I can do it on land or the water, man. You feel me? I keep these pinches as in defense. And I got a hard shell. I'm soft on the inside, but the meat is always expensive.
Oh God. Oh God. I know you just ain't say that. Oh,
I'm a cancer.
I know you a cancer. Y'all a sweetheart, bro. Y'all, every cancer I know is a sweetheart, but the other side, I dated a cancer, and it was an extreme that I was even in shock. I was like,
fuck you forever.
The crime that they committed and the way that you dealt with them was so extreme. I would be scared to even be in the same orbit as you. The way that they reacted to what was done to them, I was like, but why?
Again,
Like,
I'm not going to give you 100% love, 100% respect, 100% humility. And if you blow that leaf over, think that you're going to get 26% of malice and 43% of no, you're going to get 150% of it. I'm pushing it to the extreme. Fuck you forever.
Look, the extreme was so extreme that they wound up doing 5 years in jail behind it.
Don't care.
God
Don't care.
damn.
Don't care. I'll bet you for however long I got to sit down, you finna be immobile too. I will turn your used to be able to walk your ass into an Autobot. Fuck you. I'll turn
closed up shop. They closed up shop and left the state. I said, I guess point was made. The point was taken. Man.
Well, that's an action-packed fact, Jack.
Man. Now we cool in the gang. We cool in the gang. We don't like too much of anything. We just, Libras is just Libras. We cool. We just, you know what I'm saying? Everything copacetic. Don't fuck around though, because the other side is just, I know with me at least, I'm cool. I really don't like
you the shirt off their back, and if you cross them, they'll choke your ass to death with that same shirt.
I'll choke you with the shirts and I'll choke you with the shirts, make you eat the buttons, and make sure that I watch the light leave out your eyes. I want to see that.
Hey, and then use the shirt to wipe down the crime scene on the way out.
Damn right. And I'm taking the shirt and I'm burning it in the alley, picking up the ashes and throwing it into some water.
Oh, shit.
Ain't leaving no sign of nothing, but just the body. That's it. And if I could get rid of that too, I would.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, it is currently 8:15 in California, which means I got about 45 minutes. I got about 45 minutes to go and get this popcorn and these Junior Mints so me and my wife can have us a nice movie night. I think it's 80s night, so I might do some comedy like Revenge of the Nerds or Police Academy or some bullshit, some old school throwback shit.
Okay. That's what's up.
Yeah, man. It's always a treat when real players meet. I definitely appreciate the appreciation allowing me to come up and bless the platform, Quill. It's always a good one when I'm chopping it up with real grown-ups on some real grown-up shit, man.
Absolutely.
You should be thanking us now, but thank us later, man. Jay Quill, man, I appreciate the appreciation. Yes, sir.
All right, peace. Have a good evening. Enjoy.
All right, Crown. I'm out
to take ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
All right. Good night, Quill. Thank you for having me.
All right, no problem.
All right. Let me get out of here. Night.
All right, everybody. I'm about to take it down. I appreciate everybody for coming, supporting the chat. Calico, Crown Key for coming up. Carlos in the building for coming up, and Hammer Time Funk. I appreciate y'all. All right, so I'm about to take it down. Appreciate y'all coming through. Diamond, Angie Baby for helping me get this together, for coming up, because I couldn't get it together earlier. But I appreciate y'all. All right, Miss Playful, thanks for coming through. The ladies of our talk coming through. I appreciate everybody. Stacy, who else? Sandman, and that's pretty much about it. Oh, BX Mel, can't forget BX Mel. Appreciate you coming through, brother. And those who was in the bushes, Starkey Edwards, appreciate you coming through. And we about to take it down. I get at y'all, man. Take care of yourself. Peace.